This conference will now be recorded.
No, it is not. As far as I know, that's all my jug. Instead of Vicky taking hold of me. Oh, I was gonna say that does not look like water. Oh, that's. I made her one last night.
Good morning, everyone. It is 8:30, and we're going to get started because we have a lot on our agenda for the day. Before we start on the agenda, we'll do a quick round of introductions, and if everybody can find themselves a seat, and there's some snacks and coffee and water in the back if anybody needs something. My name is JP Crowley. I am the chairman of the Montana Board of Housing, and I'm from here in Helena. How about now? Any better? Okay. We'll do a quick round of introductions before we get started with the agenda. My name is JP Crowley. I'm the chairman of the Montana Board of Housing.
Greg Gould, Greg Gould, legal counsel.
Good morning. I'm Ingrid Firemoon from Wolf Point, Montana.
Good morning. I'm a board member, Doug Carricker out of Havre.
Good morning, everyone. Sheila Rice, a board member from Great Falls.
I'm Bruce Brenstall. I'm the executive director of the board.
Pat Melby, board member from Helena.
Bob Goetsch, board member from beautiful Ronan, Montana.
And Jeanette McKee, board member from Hamilton.
Adam Gratzer, Communities for Veterans, representing Freedom's Path.
Craig Taylor, Communities for Veterans, Freedom's Path.
Mayor of Wolf Point, Chris DeShock.
Gary McDonald, Roseville County Commissioner.
Marvin Presser, Wolf Point.
Stacy Collette, Operations Manager, Montana Board of Housing.
Amy Fitzpatrick, Montana Department of Commerce.
Patty Webster, Housing Authority of Billings, Red Fox Apartments.
Lucy Brown, Housing Authority of Billings.
Chancey Kitson, Executive Director of Blackfeet Housing.
Brad Butler, North with what am I with? Aloha House.
Brad McMillan, Aloha Noble House.
I'm Bill Haynes with Collaborative Design Architects.
Dwayne Kurokawa, Wolf Point.
And Bob Vanek, Board of Housing staff.
Peter Gray with Benefis Health Systems.
David Krez with Benefis Health Systems.
Steve Demick with GMD Development.
Kay Midrow with Aloha Noble House.
Jody Paxton, Lake County Community Housing.
Heather Grenier, HRDC in Bozeman. Tracy Minuet, HRDC in Bozeman.
Ted Barkley, City Manager, City of Belgrade.
Kent Mortimer from the Meadows.
Alex Burkhalter, Housing Solutions.
Jason Kronk, I'm the CEO of Emmanuel Lutheran Communities in Kalispell.
Logan Anderson, Mountain Plains Equity Group.
I'm Don Sturhan, Mountain Plains Equity Group.
Darren Murphy, Commonwealth Development for Riverview Meadows.
Lori Collins, Director of the Whitefish Housing Authority for Riverview Meadows.
John Phillips, YWCA Billings.
I'm Marilee Olson, CEO of YWCA Billings, and our project is Gateway Vista.
Rusty Snow, Summit Housing Group.
Sam Long, Summit Housing Group.
Ravonda Stordahl, Public Housing Authority of Butte and Butte Affordable Housing.
Vicki Bauer, Montana Board of Housing.
Ginger Fancook, Montana Board of Housing.
Mary Palkovich, Montana Board of Housing.
Marty McCleary, I'm Housing Director, Community Action Partnership of Northwest Montana, representing Courtyard Apartments.
Jennifer Siegel, RCAC for Courtyard Apartments.
Eileen Picars, RCAC for Courtyard Apartments.
Rena Oliphant, Montana Board of Housing.
Penny Cope, Montana Board of Housing.
Paula Loving, Montana Board of Housing. Ashley Amato, Montana Board of Housing.
Mary Bear, Montana Board of Housing.
Kelly Guerrilla, Montana Board of Housing.
Todd Jackson, Montana Board of Housing.
Charlie Brown, Montana Board of Housing.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to Helena. Want to start off?
Gerald Greenstein, Aloha Noble House Incorporated. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Sanjay Talwani, Montana Television Network.
Before we move on to the minutes, are there any public comments on items that are not on today's agenda? Or if you feel like you need to get on the road before your tax credit project is presented, or if you're here to offer testimony, you can also do that at this time and not wait for your turn.
So, Mr. Chairman, maybe I'll talk about a few logistical issues. If you go out and to your left, the restrooms are out there, so please help yourself. And there are some drinks and snacks up there, so please, everyone is welcome to do that. I'd like to remind folks that if you are going to ask a question or address the board, you need to use a microphone. So if you're able to, I think we'd prefer that you use the microphone at the podium. But if you need a microphone brought to you, we will be more than happy to do that also. This is also on a webinar and conference call. So folks that are out there, if you would hit *2, we'll mute your phone. And if you have a question, you can either put your hand up on the webinar, or you can actually press *2 again. That will unmute your phone. It'll kind of tell you what mode you're in as you're doing that. So if you're not needing to talk, we'd appreciate that you mute your phones so it doesn't feed back here. And you should be able to hear fine because everything is being run through the audio system here. What am I missing? Absolutely. Thank you, too. Because we do have quite a few people, we would ask if you are going to speak, if you would identify yourself and actually spell your name and the organization you're with, and maybe even the project that you're referring to or speaking on. That would be very helpful. Yeah, we might want to do that. Is there anyone on the phone right now?
Paul Anger, RCAC.
Okay. A reminder too that if you did not sign in on the sign-in sheet, please do that. You can raise your hand and we'll bring it to you right now if you need. So I think as far as we will also offer multiple opportunities for public comment. As JP said, if you're here as making a public comment on a tax credit project, you kind of will have a few options. If you want to go ahead and make your public comment now, that's fine. We'll allow a time right before we start doing the presentations, and you're welcome to make a public comment at that time. Or you can wait and make your public comment when the project or after the project presents to the board. So plenty of opportunity for public comment, and we appreciate that type of comment. All right, have I missed anything?
Thank you, Bruce. Okay, board members, moving on to the minutes from the August 10th meeting.
I'd move to approve the minutes as presented for the August 10th.
Second.
Is there any comment or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. The minutes for the August 20th conference call.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. We will now move on to the finance program with Ginger.
Good morning. I'm Ginger Fancook. The accounting and finance dashboard is in your packet. And as you can see, there aren't a lot of changes from the last packet. The one thing I did want to call to your attention is we do have a little bit of an increase in our weighted average yield, which kind of tells me that we're finally starting to turn around a little bit and recover from the slump back in June. We also did our debt service calculations for December, and in December the regular debt service payments will amount to $12,845,210, of which $5,630,000 will be principal payments, $7,210 will be interest. The calls from excesses and prepays will be $28,135,000. So the total debt payments will be $40,977,210. We also completed our 2015B issue on October 29th. And we have $30 million in new money and $34,400,000 in money to refund our 2006 A, B, and C issues. Any questions on that?
Thank you. Moving right along to the homeownership program with Vicki Bauer.
Good morning. In the month of October, Board of Housing received 40 loan reservations. 39 of those reservations were for regular bond program loans. The current lending rate there is 3.25. The market rate is between 3.5% and 4%. Of the $30 million of the new issue 2015 bond proceeds that Ginger just told you about, we actually have, as of this morning, about $2 million of those left. We've had quite a few reservations through the summer and fall. And so we will be looking at a new resolution for another bond issue probably after the first of the year. Once the 2015 B funds are used up, we will bridge going into the new year and we'll look at refunding candidates. The 2007 A issue is callable on June 1st of next year, so we'll be looking at another refunding issue after the first of the year. We had 4 Veterans Home Loan Program loans. The current rate on that program is 2.25, and there's approximately $8.9 million left of those funds. We had 2 Score Advantage down payment assistance loans. We have $950,000 available for lending there, and we had 3 80% combined loans. The current rate on those is 4%, and there's approximately $3 million left for reservations there. As you can see on the dashboard, the board's portfolio consists of 5,386 loans. Just over half of those loans are FHA. A quarter of them are RD, and the other quarter is split between VA, HUD 184, PMI, and non-insured loans that consist of the 80%, less than 80% loan-to-value loans. The delinquency rates for the month of September were 5.87. It's slightly higher than the national rate, and in conversations with Mary, we determined that the slightly higher delinquency rates on the board's portfolio for September is due to, in June, we took over the First Interstate Bank portfolio. So we saw slight increases in July, August, and September of the delinquencies because that portfolio was 1,200 loans, and typically you will see delinquencies rise as those borrowers settle into being serviced at a new facility. So we do expect those to start heading downward. If there's no questions from the board, then I'm all finished.
Is there any questions for Vicki? Thank you. And now we will have Mary come up for the multifamily program, and she will be here for the rest of the day.
You didn't bring that mannequin that I asked for? Okay, so
the first thing on the multifamily agenda is the 2015 CMA requirement. When we had the threshold issues show up that you're looking at after this, it was brought to our attention that we had made a couple of mistakes last year on the 2015 threshold items. There were 2 applications that did not submit CMA or appraisal last year. One of those was Antelope Court, which was funded. And the other one was Stour Commons, which was the one application that was not funded last year. It was an oversight on staff's part. We're not sure how it slipped through the cracks, but we screwed up. So just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of that.
Yeah, if you had any questions on it. I think, we're not asking for any action. The projects are moving, or Antelope Court's moving forward, so we just wanted to disclose that fact.
Okay, and then the next item we have is the threshold requirements, the consideration of the review of those. We had 6 applications that were missing a threshold item, and Greg has prepared a memorandum about this, and I would like him to go over that if he would, please.
Good morning. In your board packet behind tab 2, you'll find the memorandum that I provided to the board on this issue. In that same section of the packet, you'll also find the letters and materials that were submitted by the applicants who are potentially affected by this issue. The 2016 QAP contains a section on threshold requirements, and it provides that those requirements are mandatory for all applications, and that applications received that do not meet those requirements will be returned unscored and will receive no further consideration. There are 3 of those threshold requirements that are at issue here. The first one is item 3, which requires that the application include a cover letter summarizing the project. There is item number 7, which requires that the application include a market study prepared and signed by a disinterested third-party analyst with a certificate that's signed by the by the analyst and notarized. And then item 13, all applications for land and or acquisition transactions must include a comparative market analysis or an appraisal. The comparative market appraisal or CMA requirement was first added in 2015, and as pointed out by some of the applicants, there was some slight wording change for 2016, but it was in substance the same requirement with the same scope of application. There are 7 applications potentially affected by these issues. 6. The Red Fox application did not include the cover letter. The comparative market analysis or appraisal was not included by Gateway Vista, Noble Homestead, Polson Landing, Stour Commons, or Timber Meadows. And the Noble Homestead application included the market study and the analyst certificate. It was signed by the analyst, but the signature was not notarized as required. So on their initial review of the applications, the staff determined that these requirements were not met, and that staff had no authority to waive those requirements. Therefore, they notified the applicants of these problems, and that according to the QAP, these applications would be returned and not considered further. They did, however, allow the applicants, of course, to submit requests to the board for consideration. So I went through in my memo and I discussed each of these requirements and provided what I think are the options for the board in addressing these issues. On the cover letter, it is, in my opinion, clear that this is required, and it was not provided by this application by Red Fox. The applicant stated that they had submitted a letter of intent 3 months previously and just apparently assumed that it was not required to submit a summary again. But it does fail to meet the requirement. The options that I laid out would be to determine that it didn't meet the requirement and that the application should be returned unscored and not further considered. The second option would be to waive that requirement. And the third option would be to allow the applicant to submit the cover letter as a minor correction to the application. And it does not seem appropriate to me to waive this because it was a single applicant that made this error. There was no apparent, there's nothing that the board staff or the board did that would have suggested somehow this wasn't applicable. So on the comparative market analysis, there were a number of arguments made that this language land and or acquisition transactions was unclear or ambiguous, confusing somehow, that it should not or does not apply to new construction projects or to projects involving donated land. The argument is that it can be read to include only acquisition rehab projects and not new construction. And it's further argued that receipt of land by donation is not a land transaction. In my opinion, reviewing this requirement and the plain language of the requirement, it just seems to me that it is broad enough. There's no confusion. It does apply to these transactions. There are a number of arguments about the potential or the intent that may have been behind this requirement, that it was only meant to apply to new construction, or it was not applied to new construction because it's only for purposes of verifying the 4% acquisition credit amounts. But again, that may have been one of the purposes, but there's nothing to suggest it was the only purpose. And in fact, staff did intend to be able to verify the values or the cost as being reasonable in new construction projects as well. And in the case of a donated land transaction, the argument is that there's really no reason to know that because there's no cost to the land. And I would certainly agree that's a good argument that maybe this should be revised or shouldn't be applied, but it doesn't change the clear meaning of the language. I think the more problematic issue is that last year there were 2 applications submitted that went through the threshold determination that did not include the CMA or appraisal, that were passed through the threshold determination on for further consideration. And it's clear that at least with respect to the Stour Commons application, that applicant didn't submit one last year, knew they didn't, and this year came in again, did not submit one. So they clearly could have relied upon that from last year. So that would be, I think, a reason why some relief from this needs to be considered. The options that I laid out on this one would be, again, to determine the threshold requirement was not met, and to return and not further consider the applications. If you disagree with my interpretation and you think that the language is ambiguous and reasonably supports the arguments or interpretations that are being advanced, you could interpret that provision as not being applicable to new construction or donated land. Or you could waive that requirement for all applicants. Another possible option would be to allow those applicants to submit the CMA as a minor correction, although I think it is a substantive requirement, and that doesn't seem like a very good fit in my opinion.
Greg?
Yes.
Clarification, just so the board members understand, the applicant that submitted Polson Landing is the same applicant as the same developer as the Stour Commons.
And there's an application for both Stour Commons and Polson Landing this year that were submitted by the same developer as Stour was in 2015. That's correct. Thank you, Mary. And then finally, the notarial acknowledgement requirement. Again, this is a clear requirement. It wasn't met. The applicant indicated that it was an oversight, and I think the board could apply the requirement and say it wasn't met, or the board could allow the applicant to resubmit the certificate with the notarization as a minor correction. If you have any further questions, I'd be happy to address those. Just one other thing. I also included drafts of motions that would correspond to each of the different alternatives that I identified. So if whichever direction you want to go, members of the board, you could look at those and you could accept them as they are, or you could revise them accordingly.
Mr. Chair, I draw the board members' attention to page 31. I'm going to suggest motion number 3. Would you like me to read this in its entirety?
Sheila, before you continue, I'd like to offer any of the projects that we're discussing, if they would like a chance for public comment or to address the board.
Good morning, Alex Burkhalter from Housing Solutions. We're the developer with both Stour Commons and Polson Landing. And just real quick, I think Greg did a good summary of the situation, at least affecting our projects. And I guess all I'd add is that it was just a simple misunderstanding of the threshold requirement based on the way it was written, and also our past experience with Stour in 2015. Of course, we applied that same knowledge to both apps this year. And so, going forward, we will gladly provide market analysis, no problem. We'll probably even provide 2 just to make sure. But anyway, if you had any questions for me related to those projects on this issue, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you, Alex.
Good morning. My name is Don Sturhan. It seems like the first thing I have to do is to adjust the microphone every time I come up here. I'm the president of Mountain Plains Equity Group, and I would like to address threshold item number 13 as it's being discussed. And to give you some idea of my interest, my position, my standing in this particular issue, Mountain Plains Equity Group is in fact acting as a consultant and, at least in one case, a co-general partner in advancing the proposal for 2 LIHTC applications in this round. One is Timber Meadows in Kalispell, where we are in fact acting as a developer consultant and a co-general partner. The other is the Gateway Vista project submitted by Billings YWCA, where we are acting as an advisor and a consultant to the development team. So that's where we're coming from in looking at this argument. I have submitted to you a letter that articulates our concerns, our objections, our interpretations of the language in question. With all due respect to Greg, I don't believe the language is clear. I think it is open to interpretation, and I hope you will review our letter carefully with that in mind. We tried to make the argument as to why exactly we arrived at the interpretation we did. I don't think it was an oversight on our part. It was a conscious decision and action on our part, and it was due largely in part because of the 2015 interpretation. Again, with all due respect, at the outset of the meeting, we talked about how we screwed up. We made a mistake. Well, some of us are making decisions based on that pattern, practice, that decision. So when we move forward into 2016 and the language is essentially the same, but yet the expectation is now different, then I would beg your indulgence. I will not go through my comments one by one. As you know, in my letter, I've pointed out 4 major issues that I would like you to consider as to why we don't believe that this applies to a project that's donating land. And that is, in fact, the case in both the projects that I've referenced. The sponsor is donating the land to the project. I fail to see how a CMA offers any meaningful information to the staff when you're contributing the land for basically no cost. In addition, I'm concerned about the fact that, we look at this situation, we say, okay, here's how it was applied last year, here's how it's being applied this year. The CMA for land that is being donated, again, I don't see where that comes in. We're trying to discern whether or not this is meaningful information that's helpful to the board. Failed to see where it's having any application there. And we can stand here and we can examine, we can dissect the language, we can scrutinize it, try to determine if the interpretation is correct. But at the end of the day, it's really our goal to try to promote affordable housing. That's something that our company has been doing since 2003, and we're very, very proud of the track record we've established in that regard. What we're trying to do is provide the tools and the resources for applicants to be successful in promoting affordable housing. We should be encouraging those applications and that effort. And by the way, there is a lot of effort, time, and money that goes into preparing every one of these applications. And that's okay, because it's all done on a very good faith basis. We all understand the risks we're taking, and we're competing against other very worthy projects from across the state. But at the end of the day, when we know our goal is to try to help make these people successful, not to trip them up with unclear, ambiguous language, then I think we have a duty and a responsibility to come back to the original goal and say, how do we help provide you the resources to be successful? In our particular case, we have two sponsors that are willing to donate the land to the project. This is an item that isn't eligible for tax credit basis. This donation offers a zero when you're calculating soft cost to hard cost ratios. In fact, it's a detriment when you have no land cost. So there's no advantage to them in doing a CMA or an appraisal. But in fact, they're putting the land in. That's one heck of a commitment in my mind to advancing the cause for affordable housing. To make that commitment where they're going to donate the property. In my opinion, we ought to be celebrating that. We ought to be rewarding that. Heck, that ought to be worth a couple of points. But instead, we kick them out. I ask for your consideration.
Thank you, Don.
Good morning, Board. I'm sorry to be taking your time up with this error that we made. I sent you a letter and visited a little bit about our confusion with a 2-page LOI as a summary. We didn't change our project, as well as some information about it not being registering on the electronic submission as an item or on the list in the UniApp of attachments. All said and done, this project could really help the folks in Billings with the 2,200 folks waiting list, and we really need affordable housing in the community. And I apologize for my mistake and confusion with this threshold item. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy.
Good morning. My name is Kay Midrow, Kaymidro of Aloha Noble House. And I'm addressing the CMA issue as well. Oh, not working? Tall. Thank you. So we thank you for your time and consideration today. The appraisal, the necessary appraisal, was a function of our contract with Gill Group, and who were doing the market study, and we have that ready for you now. Unfortunately, I don't have a natural disaster or a computer glitch to blame it on. It was something that just slipped through the cracks, as some things do, and it would be our hope that you would, we beg your forgiveness, we beg your grace, and we do appreciate your time considering this. The sum and substance of this application is passionate work to create a catalyst project that will benefit many people. And so we would hope that you would please consider allowing us in to at least participate in this exciting project, or exciting process. Do you want me to, since we have another issue, do you want me to go ahead and address that as well? The missing notarization, would that be good? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. We certainly today wanted to come before you because we wanted, for the sake of our application fee and for the sake of Mary and Kelly's time going to the site and to look at the site for this worthy project, we want to make that worthwhile at the very least. And so on behalf of Gill Group, we ask for your grace. Gill Group has completed 3 studies for us now, and they've done it under short deadlines, and they have delivered excellent work for us, as promised. Promises kept and deadlines met. A letter from Gill Group and a notarized page resolving that situation were produced that day, within hours by them, once notification of the defect became available. So we would hope that that would correct that situation. Thank you for your time today, and God bless the great state of Montana, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Sheila?
Members of the board, Mr. Chair, would call your attention to page 31 in your packet, alternative motion number 3. Move that the board hereby finds, determines, and resolves the 2016 housing credit application submitted by Red Fox Apartments failed to meet the mandatory threshold requirements to include a cover letter summarizing the project. That despite the failure to include such a letter, the application was substantially complete. Late submission on the cover letter is not a substantial revision to the application and is permitted under the 2016 QAP as a minor correction. That upon the applicant's submission of a cover letter summarizing the project as required under the threshold requirements of the 2016 QAP, such cover letter to be delivered and received by MBOH no later than November 16th, 2015 at 5 p.m. The application be evaluated and scored as provided in the 2016 QAP, provided that this determination shall not be deemed to waive any requirement or provision of the 2016 QAP except as specifically provided herein.
Do we have a second? It's been made and seconded. Is there comments from board members?
As a person who's professionally employed as an executive director and often writes grant applications, I find myself very dependent on what I call the list of attachments. So what else do I need to attach? This was not on the list of attachments, and therefore I believe it's a minor correction and it not to be allowed.
Any other comments? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Aye. Mr. Chair, I'll continue with page 34, alternative motion number 6. Move that the board hereby finds, determined, and resolves that the 2016 housing credit application submitted for Gateway Vista, Noble Homestead, Polson Landing, Stour Commons, and Timber Meadow projects failed to meet the mandatory threshold requirements to include a comparative market analysis or appraisal, as required by the threshold requirement number 13. Section 4, number 2, Section 4 of the 2016 QAP provides that the board, at its discretion, may waive any requirement of the QAP if it determines such a waiver be in the best interest of MBOH, the HC program, or the application cycle. 3, waiver of threshold requirement to include a CMA or an appraisal is required by the threshold requirements number 13. As applicable to all 2016 applications for housing tax credits, is in the best interest of MBOH, the HC program, and the application cycle. The board deems consideration of all applications without regard to such requirement be in the best interest of MBOH, the HC program, and the application cycle. That the threshold requirement to include the CMA or appraisal as required by the threshold requirement number 13 of the 2016 QAP be and hereby is waived in its entirety for all of the 2016 housing credit applications, and that any CMA or appraisal submitted with or as part of such applications pursuant to such threshold requirements shall be disregarded and not further considered for any purpose in the 2016 allocation round. That all submitted 2016 applications for housing credits be evaluated and scored as provided in the 2016 QAP, provided that this determination shall not be deemed to waive any requirement or provision of the 2016 QAP except as specifically provided herein.
I just have one discussion or just a comment to make. It's not a good way for us to start the day with what's going. It's tough. But there's an element of fair and fairness and not fair and those kinds of things. But I guess my question out there to you guys that I've known for a long time is when things are kind of muddled and kind of confusing, can you pick up the phone and call and resolve before we end up here? It just seems, and instead of making your own interpretation, go to the source. Call Mary, call Bruce, and prevent this and from happening. In fairness to all of those that did it right.
Mr. Chairman. Well, I seconded this motion. First of all, I have to agree with Greg. I think the language is pretty clear, but 20% of the applications contain the same mistake. So I think on that basis, I'm willing to support this motion.
Are there any other comments?
You know, the only comment I would have, and I agree with Jeanette, but also to give the developers kind of some credit, they do call an awful lot with an awful lot of questions. I you know, who knows why they didn't call on this one, but, you know, just, you know, to let folks know or let the board know that, you know, there is a pretty active conversation going on with staff and developers too. So, but yeah, and to remind folks, if you are wondering, I mean, just ask the question. It takes not very long to ask, and then we wouldn't have to do this too.
Mr. Chairman, I just also wanted to comment that with the history of the recent court case involving Fort Harrison, it's pretty clear from that decision that the staff doesn't have the authority to unilaterally waive requirements of the QAP. So it's not that they want to willy-nilly bring these issues here, but basically we determined they didn't really have a choice but to bring this for the board's determination. So that's a good part of why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Is there any other comments? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. And do we have a motion for the
Mr.
last
Chair,
one?
I don't think it's fair that I have to read all three of these motions. And Greg, if you could make them shorter next time, I'd really appreciate it. I'd call your attention to page 37, alternative motion number 9. The board move that the board hereby finds, determines, and resolves that the 2016 housing credit application submitted for the Noble Homestead project failed to meet the mandatory threshold requirements to include a market study prepared and signed by a disinterested third-party analyst with a certificate signed by the analyst and notarized, in that the analyst's signature on the certificate was not notarized. That number 2, that submission of a corrected market study prepared and signed by a disinterested third-party analyst with a certificate signed by the analyst and notarized is permitted under the QAP as a minor correction to such application, and that upon the applicant's submission of such corrected market study prepared and signed by a disinterested third-party analyst with a certificate signed by the analyst and notarized as required under the threshold requirements of the 2016 QAP, such corrected market study to be delivered and received by MBOH no later than November 16th, 2015 at 5 p.m. The application be evaluated and scored as provided in the 2006 QAP, provided, however, that this determination shall not be deemed to waive any requirement or provision of the 2016 QAP except as specifically provided herein.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would only say is that the requirement for a notary in this day and age is really superfluous, I think. So I would support this motion.
Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. Before we move on to the presentations for each of the applicants, Kaya Peterson from NeighborWorks is here. Wanted to just say a brief word.
Try to catch you off guard there.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kaya Peterson. I'm the Assistant Director of Operations for NeighborWorks Montana. And this morning, we just wanted to take a couple of moments to recognize some of the work of the Board of Housing and a couple of staff members in particular. Give me 1 second. So the Board of Housing has for a long time supported homebuyer education and counseling in the state of Montana. And the way that those services are provided across our state is through a network of housing counseling agencies. There are about 13 organizations across the state now. And the way that funding is raised for this program is primarily through federal sources, mostly through HUD. And the Board of Housing for many years now has been the intermediary for those funds. So they've applied to the federal government to support the programs in the state. And just in the past year, we've transitioned that relationship between Board of Housing and the feds to NeighborWorks Montana. So NeighborWorks Montana is now serving as the intermediary. And there are a number of reasons why we made that change, but I think the main point of coming to you today is just to say thank you to the Board of Housing for the role that you've played in helping to be that intermediary and to secure those funds for our state. Historically, there wasn't any way for another organization to play that role. And the Board of Housing said, well, I guess that we need to step up and help get these funds for our state. So over the last 6 years, I just wanted to share a little bit of information with you about what has been accomplished over the last 6 years. There's been over $3 million in funds, both federal and state, that have gone to support housing counseling and education. And over 87 clients have attended homebuyer education. 1,400 clients attended other kinds of workshops, from post-purchase education to financial fitness, rental education, a whole range of home housing counseling services. Over 6,500 clients have received one-on-one pre-purchase counseling. 4,000 clients have received foreclosure prevention counseling, which has been a huge need, especially over the last 5 years. An additional 1,700 clients have received other types of counseling, including budget and credit repair. So one, I think, really astounding impact is that of the clients who received pre-purchase counseling, 1,600 were documented as going on to purchase a home. And I think what's really amazing about that number is that that represents one person every business day who's purchasing a home with the support of counseling and education. So if you just think about that when you're out there doing your work, every day someone is purchasing a home as a result of that collective efforts here. And I know there are a number of housing counseling and education organizations in the room. I see HRDC Bozeman, I see Homeward. Who else is in the room? You raise your hands if you're yes, and in Butte. Great. So there are two people in particular who have been really important partners in this work, and they are Janine Moss and Vicki Bauer. And I would love for you both to come up and be recognized for your efforts. So on behalf of all of the home buyers and all of the folks who've been counseled and all of the organizations across the state, we want to say thank you. And the partnership continues with the support of the Board of Housing, albeit in a slightly changed format. So thank you so much. I have one for the Board of Housing too, Bruce. So
not my skill. As good as photographer then.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kai. Mr. Chairman, so just to address kind of how we're going to be working the presentations today, we have 20 of them. So we're looking forward to a lot of good information being presented today. But because we have 20, and in our allocation plan, it specifically states these presentations will last no longer than 10 minutes. And we will politely kind of give you a warning as you're approaching 10 minutes, and we will politely cut you off at 10 minutes. So if you are getting there, please wrap it up, because if not, you will be asked to just wrap it up. We are going to offer public comment, and we will do that several times. We will do it right now. Anyone who'd like to comment on a project, again, we need you to use the microphone. We need you to say your name and spell your name, what organization you're with, and you can make your public comment. We will also allow public comment right after the presentations. And also, if we become aware of any public comment throughout the presentations, we'll probably allow those folks to come up and give that at that time. So, so that's kind of how we're going to be handling this. Mr. Chairman, I think that's it.
Okay, before we get started, we'll just take we'll call it a 5-minute break so that we can grab a couple extra chairs for anybody who needs a seat. And then we will get started. And we'll start with the public comment on any of the projects. And then we have a list of, in the correct order, of the presentations. And that list was created this morning, so it's all a surprise to everyone.
How do the slides progress? There's a clicker right here, yep. And so just point it at my laptop over there, okay? Your laptop. There's a clicker right here for you. Yep. Well, I'll leave it right there. I'll leave it right there and really obvious, okay? And you guys just,
Okay, if we can have everybody start to take their seats so we can get moving.
But I'll help you. We'll make sure you're set, okay? Did you, try the video? And it works within it. I'm sorry. I thought I sent an email, and if I didn't, I apologize. That's okay. Yep. I figured I would see you at the meeting. Sorry, you guys. You mind ready for you? At that little flea market down in New Orleans. Oh, I love that. It is. Yes, congratulations. So I'm just gonna have you right in front of this banner and double a three. And then I can have pictures in case Sheila doesn't work out, okay? Okay. Congratulations, you guys. And Kaya, that's so amazing. Yeah. Turn the big guy up too because there's one to the board. He doesn't like it when you call him the big guy. I know. Don't be setting me up like that. No. Okay, I'm gonna take like 3 of them, okay? 1, 2, 3. Here comes another one. 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3. Love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys. Good job. Thank you for all your hard work. Very good. For everybody's hard work. Very nice. Very good of you guys. And that's the board. Good. Good job. Thanks for letting me recreate that. Thank you. Yeah. Send us copies. I will. Okay. Even that famous picture of you or Gina, that was recreated. Guy has guys go back and do that again. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, I think we're about ready to get started. Okay, everyone, I think we're going to get started with Riverview Meadows in Whitefish. And if you, any of the developers, if you have handouts, if you'll hand them to Mary, she will make sure that they get distributed to everyone who would like one. Oh, sorry. I forgot about the public comment part. If anybody would like to make a public comment on any of the projects today, if you'd like to to do that at the start, you're welcome to. You can also do it when the project is presented or at the end after all of them.
Do you need the clicker? Thank you.
Okay, Riverview Meadows.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us this morning here. My name is Darren Murphy. I'm with Commonwealth Development, and with me is Lori Collins, the Executive Director of the Whitefish Housing Authority. We're here to talk to you for a few minutes about Riverview Meadows. We're going to keep it brief. We know there's a lot of applicants, so we'll try to get through this quickly here. Riverview Meadows is a new construction project in Whitefish, Montana. It's being developed in partnership with our two organizations. Commonwealth's going to be the lead developer. We've done over 1,200 tax credit units and 30 projects around the country. We'll take the lead on development, but we're going to be co-general partners on this project long term. So we've got a good local partner, good collaborative partnership to get this project done. This picture on the front is actually a picture of the site. As right as you get into Whitefish, the site's right on the right. Beautiful site. Next slide here. If I got this right. Shows the location in a little bit more detail. The site is in an amenity-rich neighborhood. It's primarily a commercial corridor. Our residents will be able to walk to grocery stores, to shopping. The local hospital is right down the street. The site is properly zoned for multifamily. It's one of the few in town that has multifamily as a permitted outright use. So that really helps get the project going, and it will help us get the construction quicker. All we need to do is get a PUD approved upon funding commitment. The site relative to Whitefish is actually affordable. We've been looking for sites in Whitefish for a couple of years. Everything was way too expensive. We found this site. We had to compete with a couple different buyers for it, but we have it under contract. For Whitefish standards, it's affordable, probably expensive for the rest of the state, but we're happy to have it. This is a great opportunity. It's a great location for the project. So why are we here? Whitefish is really struggling with housing. It's probably one of the top issues facing the city right now. Local businesses are struggling with housing. We just finished the peak tourist season up there. There were help wanted signs in all the businesses. When you talk to the owners, they had incredibly difficult times hiring people because there's no place to live. So a lot of businesses had to reduce hours. They had to close on certain days of the week during their peak season because they couldn't get the staff to fill those positions because there's nowhere to live. So it's really come to a head in the city of Whitefish. In September, there's some stakeholders, leadership at the city level, organized a housing summit to try to address some of these issues. And this is a quote that came directly out of that summit. It says, "Our affordable housing shortage in Whitefish is approaching a crisis." This is from the Chamber of Commerce president. The Chamber of Commerce works with all local businesses, and they know that when they talk to employers, the number one issue in town is housing. There is no housing. The folks that are able to work in town are commuting from places like Kalispell, Columbia Falls, even further out. So across the city, businesses, leadership, employees, housing is one of the number one issues facing the city right now. Our market study indicated that there's a 0.5% vacancy among market rate rentals. Tax credit rentals are effectively 0%. Every unit is occupied currently in the city. Last housing tax credit project awarded in the city of Whitefish was in 2002. The project was built a couple of years later, and that was over 10 years ago, and that was a senior project. So Whitefish continued to grow throughout the recession. People are still moving there. Businesses are expanding. There's been very little housing built, almost no new rental housing built in the last 10 years. So we really have come to a head here, big need in the city. And Riverview Meadows is supported by a lot of the local businesses in town for that reason. So maybe Lori can talk a little bit more about the summit and what's going on in the city at the city leadership level.
Thank you, everyone. Lori Collins here with the Whitefish Housing Authority. Just to follow up on the housing summit, what came out of that of most importance, I think, was a housing task force. Whitefish is right now strongly working towards creating affordable housing, workforce housing for our people that want to live there. Right now, as Darren was saying, we have practically zero inventory. We have businesses that are closing 1 and 2 days a week because they have no staff. It's a tough market. It's an expensive market. Land is very scarce and very expensive.
so a tax credit project, would uniquely serve our area. The city manager, the mayor, everyone is so excited about this project. We really ask and hope for your consideration in our grant application for this. It's a great project. We have a wait list that is longer than both my arms combined. We have different needs in our town for different types of housing, and this will serve all of the above. So I really thank you.
And we'll just walk through the project just quickly here. Again, it's a collaborative partnership between the Housing Authority and Commonwealth Development. We're proposing 36 units in a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Just for the record, I noticed that the summary sheet attached to the agenda shows that we only have 1 and 2 bedroom units. We do in fact have a handful of 3 bedroom units for those families. This unit mix is in direct response to the market study we received. We had originally proposed more 2 and 3 bedroom units, but the market study came back and said there's a big segment of the population that are 1 and 2 bedroom households, 1 and 2 person households that aren't being served. So from the point of our letter of intent to the application, we increased the number of 1 bedrooms slightly and decreased the number of 3 bedrooms, although we tend to prefer to serve families, but that's what the market study said, so we adjusted it accordingly. And just a side note about the site, it is big enough to accommodate a second phase. We're going to set the first phase up so that it takes up about 3 acres. Then we'll have 1.5 acres left for future phase down the road if we're lucky enough to get funding. We know the city could absorb it. We know there's a pent-up demand for those units, so we're excited to have land area big enough for that. Income targeting, we're going to serve households at 40, 50, and 60% of area median income, which I think is pretty standard. And here's a conceptual rendering of the project. We're proposing both flats and townhomes. The site is it's 4.5 acres. The western part of the site backs up to a commercial district. The eastern part backs up to residential district. So we're going to proposing a 3-story walk-up with flats near the commercial section of the site to step down to townhomes at the back of the site, which is closer to a residential neighborhood, in response to neighbors wanting to see less density at that part of the site. And finally, I'll address cost. I know cost is going to be a big issue with this application. We came in at the LOI stage at $229,000 a unit. We've gotten that cost down to about $218,000 a unit. As Lori mentioned, Whitefish is an expensive place to develop. I think that's part of the reason why nothing's been done there in the last decade. But we do have an opportunity here. We've got a great site. Construction costs, unfortunately, are going against us at the moment. There's a shortage of labor up there. There's a lot of big projects going on. There's 3 new hotels being built. So all that is putting pressure on construction costs, which results in a relatively expensive project. But we're going to do everything we can to keep those costs down and keep them from going up. I think what we presented in our application is realistic. We're not going to come back and say, oh, we missed the mark, we need more money. We actually got those costs down from letter of intent to where they are today. So we'll be good stewards of the public money. We thank you for reviewing our application. That's all I have. And we're happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thanks.
Specifically, you're going by area medium income rents. What are you projecting for rents?
It's a good question. I don't have those with me, but they're right at the threshold levels. I think the top end of our 2-bedroom is 700 maybe. 3 bedrooms might be 850 at the highest level, and they go down to probably 4.
Okay, thank you.
I think. Yep.
Thank you. Are you able to tell us what you did pay for that land?
We have it under contract for $800,000. So we're going to split it, and the first phase will take $400,000, and our company will hold half of the land costs until we could do a future phase. So $400,000 for this phase, which I will say sounds like a lot of money, but relative to other sites in the city, most sites that are commercial zoned are going for about $500,000 or $600,000 an acre. So we have 4.5 acres for $800,000.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment? Okay, we will move on to.
Can we take just a minute to move some chairs? But also, we've had some more people come in who haven't seen the order of the list. So if we could put that up there. You're so good. So there's the order of the list, you guys. Can you read it from where you are? I think you need to go down a little further for Penny, can you move that lower document? They want to see the rest of the list. Thank you. Okay, I'll read the list again. We just finished Riverview Meadows. Tom, you're just in time. We'll give you a minute to catch your breath.
Hey, Mary.
Aspen 3 is...
Hey, Mary.
Yeah.
So just for folks that came in, so you understand, right as the meeting was started, we randomly used a random number generator to select this list. Just, there was no bias, there was no nothing. It was just lottery all the way. And then we just sorted them by number, and that's the way it came out. So I see Courtyard is the lucky number 20. Marnie, good job. Anyways, go ahead, Mary.
Okay, so Riverview Meadows just finished. Then we have Aspen 3, Valley Villas 1 and 2, Little John Apartments, Stour Commons, Blackfeet 6, Polson Landing, Big Sky Villas, Red Fox, Noble Homestead, Rose Park, Gateway Vista, Timber Meadows, North Star, the Meadows Senior, Nicole Court, Cascade Ridge 2, Sweetgrass Commons, Freedom's Path, and Courtyard. And if those of you who came in a little later, please make sure you sign this when you have a minute before you leave. Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving right along to Aspen 3 in Butte.
Thank you very much. I was at a family reunion this weekend. My 90-year-old father and 87-year-old mother. We're happy to see all four of us, so appreciate your indulgence. And we all did get something to do, and since I'm the oldest, my list is the longest. And those of you who are oldest can relate to that. Good morning, Tom Manschrack, Thomas Development, Boise, Idaho, with my development partner and friend Ravana Stordahl, Public Housing Authority of Butte. We were fortunate enough to be before this board about 4 or 5 years ago and proposed and subsequently funded a 48-unit senior apartment community named Meadowlands, which has been constructed, met LEED Platinum for Home certification, the highest level of third-party environmental sustainability, has stayed full with the wait list since then, and the resident manager sent us pictures last week from Halloween, and there were 400 trick-or-treaters, I believe, at the property within the first hour. So an indication of how Ravanda integrates our apartment communities into the Butte-Silverbow area. The properties are located on Continental Drive, adjacent to Butte Country Club and the interstate. Those of you who've been around for a few years know that our company built what was then called Atherton 1 and Atherton 2 apartments, family, Section 42 is constructed in 1999 and 2001, I believe. Ravanda and I reacquired those from the company from Southern California, which purchased those, Castle Bar, and a few other properties, not only in Montana but elsewhere. We reacquired Aspen 1 and Aspen 2 in this time last year, have just nearly finished a very successful and responsible renovation of those apartment communities, improving the quality of life and importantly not utilizing the low-income housing tax credit to repurpose those properties. The rents are at or below what they were. The extended use provisions and all the income and rent affordabilities for Aspen 1 and Aspen 2 remain in place. The market study, which we had done before we purchased those properties back, showed, as you will hear many times today, that the demand for affordable housing in Butte is prodigious. There is essentially no wait list, and we are certainly finding that as we re-tenant Aspen 2, Aspen 1, and now hopefully starting Aspen 3. Aspen 3 will be half 2-bedroom, 1-bath, half 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 32 units total, making about 96 units of family affordable in that part of town. We already have people calling and asking when they can move in. And a statistic that I think is very important, and certainly when we were here the first part of August, it resonated with at least one of the board members, is there is in our presentation and cover letter an analysis of the relative size, and this is in it was the executive summary cover letter which you all received when we were here the first part of August, because you will certainly hear today, as we hear at a presentation we made in Idaho last week, that the demand for affordable housing, be it family or senior, is significant. And it's significant in Pocatello, Idaho, and Butte, Montana, and Polson, Montana, and it just is. That says very good things about our industry, and thank goodness we're going to have some additional resources available the next couple of years. But one of the things that certainly, as a company which has been doing this for 26 years now, we like to be in a community where the need is real significant. We like to build in communities which, when benchmarked with other communities in that particular state, really has been underserved. And underserved can be a function of the economy in that particular city was not very good for a period of time, or other cities just because of growth patterns or the development community, or call it what you will, have on a percentage basis been able to deliver needed, there's not the question about that, needed affordable housing in those cities. But if you look at 7 cities in Montana, Billings, Bozeman, Butte, Great Falls, Helena, Kalispell, and Missoula, the bar graph, which is in the summary we sent you, shows that Butte, of those 7 cities, is far and away the most underserved in this board's delivery of the low-income housing tax credit to the citizens of Butte-Silver Bow County. We'd like to help change that. I'm happy to answer any questions, or Ravonda.
Any questions from the board? Or any public comment?
How are you able to fund the rehabilitation of phase 1 and 2?
Go ahead.
The Public Housing Authority of Butte applied for a home grant, which we then loaned to the project, and we also have a construction loan through the Bank of Montana. You're welcome.
I want to dwell a little bit on the underservedness of Butte and just ask you what the parameters are. What are we looking at when we call it underserved?
The analysis that we did and presented to this board derived information from 2 sources. One is Montana Board of Housing, and that is the statistical inventory of low-income housing tax apartment units, be they family, senior, that have been produced in the state of Montana since 1986. And the population number was the most recent number available from either Commerce or the U.S. Census Bureau, I don't recall which. But clearly the housing production came from staff at Montana Board of Housing.
And one more question, did that include 4% and 9% tax credit projects?
It is only 9%. Yes.
Thank you.
From memory, the few tax-exempt bond developments that have been constructed in Montana, one is in Kalispell, there are 1 or 2 in Missoula. Those would simply, on a supply and demand basis, skew the numbers in those towns which have received bond finance transactions higher on a unit delivery per capita and Butte would still be at the back and even further at the back if you included the tax exempt properties.
Any other comments? Thank you. Our next developer is the Valley Villa 1 and 2 in Hamilton.
Good morning, Chair and board members. I'm Becky Bramborg with Echo Enterprises, and I'm here to talk about Valley Villas Apartments in Hamilton. This is a rural development project, and the plan is for acquisition and extensive renovation. You've got a handout in front of you from me. Thank you, Penny. The first page is a snapshot of the people served at Valley Villas. There are 34 total units, 17 upstairs on the second floor, 17 on the ground floor. Six households have a total of 8 children. The heads of household are predominantly women. 6 are senior citizens, and 16 of the heads of households have a disability. Among those disabilities, 6 people currently use wheelchairs. 2 others anticipate using wheelchairs in the near future because of their condition. 2 others, additional ones, use walkers. 16 households receive disability income SSI. The annual incomes are listed there. They range from $3,000 to a little over $20,000. 25 of the households receive $15,000 or less annually. HUD defines very low income as the following numbers in front of you, but the major point is all the residents, regardless of their household size, qualify as very low income. Their monthly rent payments range from $9 to $440. 18 of the 34 households pay $200 or less. Valley Villas Apartments is the only family subsidized project in Ravalli County. The rest are seniors. On the second page, there's quite a demand for these apartments. The market study says in the calculation of eligible households, we have determined there are currently 644 1 to 3 person households in the market area with income eligibility for the 29 rental assistance units. Additionally, due to the location near the local hospital and medical services, it may very well attract seniors, and it does. With the subject's strong location and planned renovations, we feel that Valley Villas will continue to be fully occupied into the future. You see at the bottom of that red page, the occupancy rates are quite high, really couldn't be any higher for the last number of years. On the pink page, we have testimony and messages that the tenants wanted me to send you. Nikki Brown, who's lived there since 2010, says, being a single mom of 3, if I didn't have the subsidized rent, I would be bouncing back and forth between family and friends. This apartment has been the most consistent and stable place my kids and I have ever been, thanks to the affordable rent. Also, it's right across the street from the hospital. So for my child with epilepsy, it's perfect. For the rest of my family, the middle school is close enough so my son can ride his bike, and he so much enjoys it. The location is just perfect for everything. And my mom and papa live 5 blocks from us, and they have health issues, so I can help them out. This is the only place around Hamilton that is low-income apartments for me as a single mom trying to raise kids. Bethany Trumbull and Levi Syverson, who've lived there since 2011, say, we would very much like to say how grateful we are to live in a place with such amazing rent, thus allowing us to live a better life. The apartments are very convenient for us as we both go to Riverfront Mental Health Center. It is pretty helpful to be in walking distance to not only Riverfront, but also the hospital and surrounding businesses. The fact that we have on-site laundry is pretty great too, as we don't have a car, and it would be very hard for us to do the laundry otherwise. It's a pleasant place to live, and I'm not really sure we can afford to live anywhere else. We are both on SSI, which makes it difficult to find good housing at all. Valley Villas Apartments gives people who don't have much a real home. We don't have to worry about if we are going to have money to pay other bills or how we will feed ourselves after paying rent. Truly, it is a blessing. Violet Hyatt has lived there since 2012. She says, I enjoy living here except for the help needed here. The apartments are over 30 years old and in dire need of improvements and remodeling. I've lived here for 3 years, and if I wasn't able to live here, I would either be living with my children or couch hopping, as I am financially hindered and unable to afford living anywhere else. With the rent subsidy, I'm able to maintain my independence and not be an inconvenience to my children and friends. Julie Foster, Executive Director of the Ravalli County Economic Development Authority, says, the need for affordable rental housing for low-income individuals in the Hamilton area has always been unmet. Our community continues to have low-wage service-type jobs. Many people in the community have 2 and 3 jobs as they try to make ends meet. The poverty rate in Ravalli County is high at 19.8%, which is up from 14% in 2008. The Ravalli County poverty rate increase over the last 5 years was the second highest in Montana. A supply of affordable homes made available to working families, our senior citizens, and people with disabilities is important for our community and our economy. The facility Echo Enterprises intends to provide will be a place where residents will take pride in living. The opportunity to pay a reasonable percentage of gross income as rent will help citizens lead a more productive and higher quality of life. I want to reiterate this is a preservation project where a purchase and renovation will take place, and these are people's thoughts on the importance of that. Jim Morton, Executive Director of the HRDC, serving Ravalli and Missoula County, says, the Valley Villas Apartments is an essential part of the housing mix in Hamilton. The lack of affordable housing is a serious need. Keeping what we have in inventory is an important consideration in meeting the needs of a growing population. Jerry Steele, Mayor of Hamilton, says affordable housing in Hamilton is a definite need. Without the Valley Villas Apartments, the residents would have few other housing choices at the subsidized rents they currently pay. Stacy Olmy is the Executive Director of SAFE. It's the Domestic Violence Shelter and Advocacy Organization. Valley Villas Apartments is her very first choice in establishing permanent housing for her clients. She says the lack of affordable housing in Hamilton is a serious need. Keeping what we have in inventory in our community and improving the condition of the existing assets is vital to current residents and those planning on moving to the area. The rehabilitation of these 34 units will provide significant insurance that the community of Hamilton continues to be committed to its residents, especially families with limited incomes. Dr. Marilyn Sanders, a neighbor to Valley Villas, says if someone like Becky Bramborg and Echo Enterprises doesn't purchase this property with the help of the Board of Housing, someone else will. Out-of-state investors are buying up the Bitterroot. Investors are likely to purchase the property and abandon the commitment to low-income tenants and the subsidy program. Please fund this proposal to ensure this doesn't take place. And finally, John Phils, Executive Director of Ravalli Head Start, says, oh my gosh, if the Valley Villas Apartments were to go out of subsidized status, we would have a huge problem in this town. There isn't enough low-income housing to begin with, and those 34 households, and I know because many of them are our clients, would be instantly homeless. Please preserve this community treasure. I have a very short video to show you of 4 of the tenants. Well, around people and yeah. Tell me more about what you like living, why you like living here.
For some reason. I feel safe. I'm at the end.
So if this apartment complex were to become a regular one with no subsidy, what would you guys do?
Don't know. It would be pretty bad. Well, it's kind of like a miracle.
The subsidy is kind of like a miracle.
Yeah.
And is the hospital being across the street and all the doctor's offices, is that good for you?
Just big hospital. Yeah.
Oh, it's valuable to you to have.
It is.
Oh, yeah. What do you want them to know?
That the wiring is all, it is dirty.
All of a sudden I heard a pop bang and a spark and a big cloud of smoke come up right behind you, and the heater was on fire.
Boy, it is infested. We just out, it is cockroaches like you can't believe.
So are you sometimes in a wheelchair?
I have two.
You have two wheelchairs. So those steps would be tough on you if you were in a wheelchair.
Well, yeah, I wish they just came straight in. You know, it would be really nice.
Grab bars. Would you guys like grab bars?
I got them.
Do you have them?
She don't.
Okay. I need them. Cool. Thank you. Fine. Very good. Pretty Frank Songoy is here as part of my public comment.
Thank you. Any public comments or questions from the board?
My name is Bernadette Franks Ongoing. I'll be like 45 seconds. I'm the Executive Director of Disability Rights Montana, and I'm also on the Social Security Advisory Board, which is a bipartisan commission that advises the President and Congress with regards to Social Security. The reason I'm here today is our office does a lot with people with disabilities, and we're testifying in support of this project because my understanding of this project is that 17 of the units will be accessible, and accessibility is really important to the clients that we serve, and Montana's population is 17.9% people with disabilities, and so just doing the bare minimum in terms of accessibility is not enough, but my understanding is this proposal is 50% going to be accessible to people with disabilities, and I think that's incredibly important as we continue to have a growing and aging population. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
I'm understanding this is a USDA 515 program.
Correct.
And the current owners are selling it?
Yes. And I have a buy-sell.
And who will be the new owners?
Yes. Who will be the new owners? Bitter Echo Enterprises.
Are they a not-for-profit?
No.
Okay. And have you investigated any of the USDA subsidized loans to rehabilitate these?
Yes, and there aren't any available.
I have a question. Becky, did you run this at a 4% project as well? We're really looking at how to extend our dollars.
I know you are. And I know this is, it doesn't, the math doesn't support it. It wouldn't be able to function, unfortunately. But we're keen on 4% as well and studying them all the time. Other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have the Little John Apartments in Big Fork.
All right, got my stopwatch going. Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Demick. I'm with GMD Development, and with me is our partner, Julie Steitler. She would be Julie Homeward, but Julie Steitler from Homeward is our partner on this project. Together with GMD, Homeward and GMD have, as you know, are finishing up our fourth tax credit 9% project in the state, and I think all have gone well. This Little John would be our fifth, and we're excited to be involved in this one as well. So Little John is a 515 rural development project. It was developed as 32 units. Very similar story to others you've heard. The owner is interested in selling. He's an out-of-state owner-developer. So we're really looking at this as an acquisition preservation project. With this allocation of credits, we can do over $40,000 a unit in renovation. You know, and talking to rural development, they're saying this is the perfect time to get into this project. It's not falling down. We can step in and, you know, focus a lot on the building envelope, sustainability, energy, accessibility, you know, without spending $80,000-$90,000 a unit, which, as you guys know, we did it at Hillview. This is Julie's addition. Just in general, we all know that affordable housing has not kept pace with the demand. There's a couple of pictures of Little John. You know, as you can see, it's decent shape. But at this point in its age, and you know, we can do a lot with the $40,000 a unit. Where we can address, you know, energy efficiency, new windows, new insulation. But primarily, this effort is about preservation. Acquisition and renovation of this project would allow the reamortization of the existing 515 debt for 50 years, which would extend this important rent subsidy that allows the residents to pay only 30% of their income for rent. So Little John is located in Big Fork, which, as you know, is a very popular destination vacation resort place on Flathead Lake. The rents, the real estate prices are very high compared to especially the service workers' income. Little John is located in a really ideal spot next to a lot of services in Big Fork. Residents can walk to a lot of these amenities right nearby. All three schools, elementary, middle, and senior, are nearby as well. Our market study found, like many of these areas that are very popular resort towns, that, again, real estate's really high. He found the market vacancy is 2%. He said probably more like 1%. The affordable vacancy is effectively zero. There's only 2 properties in the entire Big Fork area, and that's Crestview Senior, 24 units, and Little John. That's it. That's the entire stock of available affordable housing. So it's critical we preserve Little John as the one family affordable in town. We also check with the county. There's nothing planned, you know, even on the horizon. So the housing need is great. In addition to that, the housing stock is aging. So one of the more exciting facets of this project to us is our collaboration with a local group called ACES After School Program. They're based in Flathead Valley. They're a 501c3. They provide after school activities and summer programs. Our plan is to provide space for them in one of the existing units. They are over the moon excited about this. They currently serve 210 kids in Big Fork, and they said the only reason they can't serve more is because of space. They said the demand far exceeds what they're able to provide. So ACES provides, you know, it's mentoring, it's after school, they also involved in the child adult care food program, provides snacks and meals and even dinners for the lower income kids and families. So having a classroom at Little John would help them expand their program in Big Fork. they provide a lot of great programs. They coordinate with the Playhouse Theater, and they also have a close relationship with the school teachers and counselors, and a lot of the residents at Little John are already participants in this program. And this would allow it to be right at their complex. A part of our renovation would be to address the playground. Kind of speaks for itself. You know, the good news is we have space for something more, particularly with the ACES after school program. Our goal would be to completely redo this with some new modern play equipment for the kids, with a particular emphasis on accessibility. The Little John renovation acquisition is consistent with the Flathead County growth policy. We've spoken with many of the businesses. I think similar to other presentations, you know, a lot of this is seasonal workers, but a lot of the resorts need service workers, and the closest affordable housing besides Little John for families is really in Kalispell or Polson. So it's quite a distance. So Little John is really it for Big Fork. As I mentioned before, our renovation is 40,000 units is our budget. The focus will be on energy sustainability. We hope to provide solar PVs, which we've done on all 4 of our projects to date, which helps reduce the electric cost and make the whole project more sustainable. New windows. You know, this project, when it was originally built, wasn't really built with an eye towards sustainability or energy. We hope to address a lot of these things in our acquisition. This is the ownership. It looks complicated, but it's really us and Homeward as co-general partners purchasing the property. Thank you. So financing real quickly, we've got $2.5 million coming from our investor right now is WNC, offering 93 cents on the credit, which is pretty good. Permanent financing will be a re-amortization, as I said, of the RD 515 debt, which, you know, having that debt re-amortized and extended guarantees of that preservation of that rent subsidy, which is really the goal here. Glacier Bank's committed to another $350,000. The rest will be solar credits and deferred developer fee. So the total cost here is $130,000, which, you know, we think is a good use of the tax credits. It's going to go a long way to preserving these 32 units really in perpetuity, you know, at least 50 years. So, you know, doing it now versus 5-10 years from now, it's just the cost, the needs will be greater. Just in conclusion, then, you know, the focus of this really is to acquire this property, do a proper renovation. As I said, the current owner wants to exit, wants to retire. You know, the CMA, the broker that we got the letter from said this could be, the value of this property could be multiples higher than what we have it under contract for if it were to go to market. So, you know, the temptation, the market demand, there's a lot of pressure for this to, you know, become market rate. You know, our goal is to keep it affordable for forever, virtually. Big Fork, this is it for affordable housing. Little John for families. ACES programs, super excited. They're going to be a great addition. Okay. So I guess that's it. Appreciate your consideration and support. And we're happy to take any questions.
Is there questions from the board?
2 questions. One is, when was this project built? And then secondly, did you run this at a 4%?
Oh.
And if you did, and the numbers didn't work, how many units would it take for the numbers to work on a 4% preservation project?
No, thanks, Sheila. I'm glad you asked that question. This Littlejohn was built in '94 under the RD program, and so again, it's not like our case here isn't it's falling down; it's preserving it. We did run. This has really been on our radar for a couple of years. We've run on probably 20 scenarios on this. I've got pro formas on this all over our network. It doesn't work as a 4%, and we've tried and tried. We've tried combining it with other properties, and that's really probably the best way to do a preservation with 4% credits is to combine it with probably 3 or 4 other properties. And I don't know what the magic formula is. I think you got to get over 100 units, but the costs are high with a bond, and with multiple properties, you have to do separate appraisals, separate surveys, separate market studies. So the costs just really mount. But we did try, and it just, as other people have said, it doesn't pencil, unfortunately. If there was other soft money, I think we can make it work, but just 4% in debt doesn't work.
Thank you. I may actually just be missing something here, but you said that the cost of the project is $40,000 per unit. Then you have finance in the financing page. It's $130,000 a unit. What happens to the other 90?
The acquisition?
Yeah. Go ahead.
That would be the development cost, the total development cost. So the acquisition of the property, the construction cost would be $41,000 per unit. But the other $90,000 pays for the property, pays for the lawyers, pays for the appraisal, pays for the tax credit application, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next, Dower Commons in Miles City. I believe I did. Was there any public comment on the Littlejohn Apartments? Okay, moving on to Miles City.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. Alex Burkhalter from Housing Solutions. We're again bringing you Store Commons, Miles City. This is the project's second application. It was in the 2015 round. And so with all that we've got going on today, I'll keep our time short and just focus on some of the updates and changes from last year. For 2016s, we've made some tweaks to the unit mix. The project size has been reduced to 24 units. It was 30. We've also added more 1 and 2 bedrooms and removed the 3-bedroom units from the mix altogether. These changes were made after our continued conversations with both the City of Miles City leadership and also the Miles City Housing Authority. Now, these 2-bedroom units will all include two bathrooms, master bath concept. And as with all our proposals, the units will include all the appliances you guys are used to seeing. The unit design itself is open with plenty of storage and large closets. Also, they all have a patio and patio or deck, covered parking, and additional storage outside the units. As with all our proposals and properties, storage includes an on-site manager's office, community room with kitchen, and a patio leading out to the children's play area. All these are included to enhance the residents' quality of life. The community room, with a manager organizing activities and parties, will live up to its title, Creating Community. A quick look at our rental rates shows that we will be offering quality housing option at substantially below market. 70% of our units will be serving the 40 and 50% AMI levels. Those are the dark, kind of looks gray, I guess, but dark and light blue lines there. With projects all over, we've been able to get a good sense of what makes a great property. We've also seen the old adage about the first 3 rules of real estate hold true: location, location, location.
This proposal is incredibly well located. The proposed site is shown in red, and the green overlays represent amenities the 2016 QAP has identified as important to a project's success. To get you oriented, the road running north-south here is Haynes Avenue. Haynes is a main corridor in Miles City. If you guys remember when we had the housing conference there 2 years ago, the conference was right off of Haynes. Shopping, restaurants, medical offices, and banking are all literally within a few blocks. The Albertson and Osco Pharmacy is just across the street. It literally backs right up to it. It's a short walk to Weibo Park, which has a splash deck for summertime. With the property in between a relatively new commercial district on your right and an established residential district on the left there, all these amenities are accessible on roads with sidewalks, which is neat. It's truly a walkable location. It's very common for parents in our family properties to be taking a class or two at a community college, and Miles City Community College here is actually neighboring our property. Now, of course, we can't house full-time students, but lots of times single working parents are taking a class or two. Now, but what's happening in Miles City since last year? Well, as everyone would expect, the lower oil prices has slowed things a bit in eastern Montana. However, no means have they come to a stop. The fall in oil prices doesn't change the condition or average age of Miles City existing rental housing. Of the properties surveyed in our market study, other than those new $1,500 a month units, most were built in the 1970s, making them over 40 years old. And a fall in oil prices has not changed the effects of floodplain mapping and the corresponding increased costs and difficulty in developing housing. These are problems that Miles City has been facing for a long time. Recognize the ongoing and historical problems they're facing, the City of Miles has agreed to again reduce the building permit fee and impact fees for this project by 40%. Additionally, to reduce the land costs in recognition of the project's walkable location, they've reduced the parking requirements. Lastly, the market study found existing affordable housing properties are 100% occupied with waiting lists. In the open market, vacancy was up from that in 2015, but 7 of the 9 vacant units were located at the new and very expensive projects. Lastly, I'd like to call attention to our development team. You see me guys up here pretty regularly, in fact, maybe 4 times today. But I stand with a great team that can make this project happen and get us up and running quickly. Housing Solutions has again partnered with Action for Eastern Montana with offices in Miles City to make sure we have a local partner for the long haul. Here's just a quick snapshot of our team's record for taking the credits you award and putting it to work for those who need it most. Depot Place in Kalispell, just 13 months. Aspen Place in Missoula, just 12 months. And Yellowstone Commons in Glendive, just 18 months. A quick aside on Yellowstone. We opened in June of this year and we're full by the end of August. A community half the size of Miles and with oil prices in the 40s. Still, the need for new affordable housing in eastern Montana is constant. In closing, we believe this is a great product, a perfect location, and a community in need. Stour Commons is a great project, and we hope as you make decisions in January, you would consider Miles City a high priority. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alex. Is there any public comment on Stour Commons? Board members?
Well, I remember last year, there was some question if the local housing authority was supporting the project. How have you guys amended your differences?
Yes, thank you. We did spend quite a bit of time talking with Ms. Hartman, and she felt strongly that there shouldn't be any new 3-bedroom units, and so that was part of our adjusting the unit mix, was working with her. I had hoped to get a letter of support from her, and she had indicated that was something she could work on, but it hasn't come yet. In fact, I just got a phone call from her on Friday, so I still hope to have a letter to you guys by January from her. But yeah, we are working with her.
Any other comments? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Number 6 is Blackfoot 6 in Browning.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to present our project located on the Blackfeet Reservation in Browning, Montana. Slide 1 illustrates the tax credit project that we were awarded about 4 years ago. It's Blackfeet Homes 5 that was completed in December of 2014 and was, we had every unit was moved into prior to December, and that was consisted of 3 and 4 bedroom single family homes. Our project description that we're proposing is a 30 unit construction, 23 bedroom and 10 4 bedroom single family homes. Each home will consist of 2 baths, while 1 bath would be standard. The second bath will have a walk-in shower and be handicap accessible. We've tried to, when considering design, look at our homes as being a home ownership and long-term living. And so as the family ages, we would like to have our homes ready for accessibility rather than have to go in later and have increased costs to change our homes into accessible units. We're targeting the 40%, 50%, and 60% families on our reservation. These homes will be eventual home ownership. Our development team is Blackfeet Housing. The general partner will be Blackfeet Housing. Blackfeet Housing will serve as the contractor due to the challenges of securing bonding on the reservation. Blackfeet Housing is one of the largest developers on the reservation, and so we've been able to structure our past projects in that stats. And Travoy is our consultant. The 23 bedroom units that we have, this is the rendering for that. We've tried to stay away from the cookie cutter style construction and build homes that have their own unique styles while still flowing in with surrounding developments. And our hopes are that by building a quality home and a home that will serve and function for a family, that family is going to be more apt to take care of the home. And we have 10 4-bedroom homes also, with keeping the square footage where it'll serve a family, but also keeping it in mind that we have low-income families needing to meet the low energy cost per month. Our project site plan is a new project site west of what we call Browning, and it's just outside of our other developments that we've had. This project, the great area about it is we have room for future development. Right now, we have over 100 sites plotted, and it's because of its location, it's allowing us to have slightly bigger lots that we hope will accommodate our larger families that we see. It also, on the back side of the project, bumps up to rolling hills, about 15 acres of rolling hills that we cannot develop on, that we plan to use that as an outdoor recreation area for the families. Diabetes is prominent on the reservation, and there's a lot of big movement to have walk paths and outside activity in areas, as we're already working with that with our local Southern Diabetes program. Our sources and uses of the financing for the project are a housing loan and our investor tax credit equity. We have our site work that we'll perform on our own, and we have our construction costs. Blackfeet Housing will guarantee that all the operating costs will be met through a housing assistance program payment, and will meet all expenses not covered by tenants. And Blackfeet Housing will also guarantee the operation deficit guarantee. We are requesting a boost for discretionary basis booth. We're located outside of a QCT, but it's no more than 350 feet from the right area. The area on the site that is in green, that's the QCT area. We're requesting the discretionary basis based on the considerations for qualification of a building location for rural development funding. We are targeting very low income households, and we have unusual market conditions. Location on the Blackfeet Reservation, it tends to lead to higher labor and material costs. We have taro fees that add to our construction costs also. In closing, what I would like to address to the board is citing the lack of private housing development on the reservation. The burden of providing the entirety of the housing to our 17,000 members on the reservation falls on to Blackfeet Housing. The shortage of housing on the Blackfeet Reservation is dire. We have people waiting an average of 2 years or more for a home, and shelter, it's one of the most basic needs for a quality of life. The lack of housing on our reservation creates overcrowding, which contributes to higher than normal maintenance costs. And by providing additional shelter, we're not only providing shelter for our low-income people, we're providing hope to those families. We've placed 150 families into LIHTC houses through your help, and by generating that hope, we're providing hope to our people that they can increase their quality of life for the long term and hopefully the next generation after that. So I thank you for your consideration in supporting our project. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on Blackfoot 6? Bob?
Chancellor, are you involved in any other development activities to supplement the low-income housing tax credits? Are you doing other home ownership activities?
We are exploring other home ownership programs through the HUD program, through Title VI, and through a Title VI guaranteed loan, and we're also pursuing private home ownership with HUD 184 loans. It's just some tribes are more progressive than others, and as far as for Blackfeet on individual home ownership, we've been a bit behind the curve, and we do like to think that we are growing and going in the right direction for that. One of the issues we run into are, again, securing that financing and trust land issues in a timely fashion, and we also do run into credit issues with individuals, and we do have the low income with individuals. The job market is very low at home. We did have we had the oil boom 4 years ago also, but that's completely gone, so we just don't have any new employment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Chancy, thank you for being here today. Can you walk me through how it's home ownership, but it also has a 46-year affordability guarantee? When does the home ownership occur?
I may have to defer that to our consultants, but I know how we have the last project that we have, our first project that's nearing its time. What it'll end up being is after it expires, we have to put a plan into the Montana Board of Housing, and then it's up to the tribe at that point to structure a payment plan for the home through their tribe.
Yeah, and this is Casey from Travoy. It's our understanding, in accordance with the QAP, any home units that are not converted to home ownership at the end of the initial compliance period are then subject to the extended use period for 46 years.
Thank you.
One other question on the 150 houses that you've already built with housing tax credits. What's the occupancy rate on those?
The occupancy rates on those are at 100% with a very long waiting list. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Polson Landing in Polson.
Good morning again. I'm going to head to the casino after this
2 projects in the first 7. Today's my lucky day, I guess. Seriously though, good morning again, Mr. Chairman, board members and staff. Alex Burkhalter from Housing Solutions. That's Burkhalter. Just kidding. Anyway, happy to be up here sharing with you and bringing Polson Landing. Polson is a community we'd been looking at for many years, and it wasn't until now that we've been able to find a suitable site. I'm very excited about this project, not just because it's in Polson, but because it's a part of what is happening in Polson on a larger scale. But getting ahead of myself, first, quick look at the project. Polson Landing will be 35 apartment homes in 2 newly constructed buildings. We'll have 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units at the property. Our residents' monthly rent will include all the standard appliances and the goodies: dishwasher, microwave hood, combo, garbage disposal, washer, dryer. The floor plans, similar to what we built in Glendive and are proposed in Miles City: open layout, spacious kitchen, and a patio balcony, and of course the 2 bathrooms, making the master bathroom. That's something we always get good feedback on. Mechanically, the units will have forced air heat and air conditioning, all controlled by programmable thermostats, blinds, and ceiling fans. The property will offer amenities to position it for long-term success in providing safe, desirable, and affordable housing. The community room with kitchen will be for individual resident use or property-wide parties and mixers. The community room will open up onto a patio and an outside child's play area. The on-site manager's office will be located in the community room. In addition to these community amenities, the building has been designed to incorporate the green, energy, and healthy living goals outlined in the QAP. It was kind of funny trying to prepare 2 of these because I wasn't sure which one was going to go first. On the affordability front, as you can see, Polson Landing will bring new and affordable housing to Polson. 70% of our homes are offered at 40% and 50% rents, this time shown by the red and blue lines, making sure everybody's on their toes. So what is happening in Polson? I mentioned that earlier. Well, a lot's happening in Polson. Walking the project site in Polson reminds me of being in western North Dakota. Everywhere you look, new construction, new businesses, and more housing needed. Our market survey in September showed a sharp decrease in the market rate vacancy in the last 12 months, from a healthy 4% down to less than 9%. Almost no rentals were available. The existing affordable is at capacity, no vacancies at any affordable rentals, and waiting lists at all properties. 75% of the affordable renters are over 30 years old. The market study revealed what is intuitive after spending any time in Polson. The community is ready for and in great need of new affordable housing. The sharp and immediate drop in vacancy rate is not surprising considering all that is happening in Polson. New retail, medical, hospitality, recreation, and entertainment has opened in the last couple of years or is currently in pre-development. We'll look at this closer in just a moment. The community, from a population and household perspective, has shown continuous growth over the last 15 years and is projected to continue a solid growth rate into the future. While it hasn't experienced the peaks and valleys some of its counterparts in northwest Montana have, Polson has enjoyed a steady 1% or stronger growth since 2000. The business community, based on all the investment happening in the last several years, has taken notice of this well. Now's the time to bring affordable housing investment to Polson. The project's location and Polson's growth go hand in hand. Here's an aerial of the city of Polson. You can orient yourself by following the yellow line representing Highway 93, or the huge lake to the north. The landing site is located at the red star. On our next slide, we're going to zoom into this red box. At this level, the aerial photo begins to show some of our neighbors, the most obvious being the labeled and completed Mission Valley Aquatic Center. Off to the right, we can see the new Super Walmart under construction, Safeway, the Little Walmart, which is now occupied by Murdoch's, a restaurant, bank, and a few other amenities. Keep in mind, this aerial image was taken 2 years ago in July 2013. Since this photo was taken, these new businesses have opened their doors. A hotel and convention center with an attached Mackenzie River Pizza, Kalispell Regional Medical Center's Polson Clinic, Valley Glass, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and a Walgreens up on the top right there. Now we're looking at what had been in Polson or has opened since this photo was taken. It doesn't stop there. As I mentioned earlier, there's quite a bit of construction happening all around. Currently under development is a Taco Bell, St. Luke's Medical Clinic, professional medical office space, a dialysis center, and a graded, irrigated, and now dormant new Polson Youth Soccer Association fields. If you can believe it, basically everything to the east or left of 93 has happened in the last 2 years. Continuing our little tour, this area is slated for retail and entertainment. Currently in pre-development is a coffee shop, fitness center, gymnastics facility, and a movie theater. At this location, the developers are negotiating with a large anchor tenant. First Citizen Bank of Polson has purchased this lot for a new branch location. The last commercial item in the pre-development stage is the Mission Valley Ice Arena here. This nonprofit is responding to the youth and adult hockey trend sweeping western Montana and working towards an indoor ice arena. Earlier I mentioned that Polson's growth and the project location went hand in hand. Now you can see why. But this is all commercial. Why place Polson Landing here? This whole area here, owned by the Ridgewater folks, is slated for medium density residential. And the main drive, Ridgewater, will connect with Hillcrest, which is right up here, and give Polson Landing, the new residential, and all of Polson local access to this new area. These neighbors represent both great amenities for our residents, but also job opportunities. All the new streets and access ways are complete with adequate sidewalks and bikeways. It's very exciting, all that is happening in Polson, and Polson Landing is right in the middle of it. The timing is definitely right in Polson, but is the timing right for Polson? Is Polson right when looking at how the housing tax credits have been deployed in Montana? To quote the ever-famous Mater from the Cars movie, sometimes to know where you have to go, you have to look where you've been. That was the scene where he was driving backwards, if you remember that. This is a tool we worked on with Gauge Cartographics out of Bozeman to develop. Knowing the board's desire to make sure these credits are being used around the state, we plotted out the last 10 years of awarded projects by town. Polson hasn't had an award in the last 10 years. In fact, the last housing tax credit project in Polson was 2002. As most would suspect, Missoula had the most projects awarded, 8. This map, however, didn't seem to tell the whole story. We developed a second map looking at not just the number of projects, but also took into account the number of units and the community size. In putting these maps together, the project size and the city were pulled from the Board of Housing award summaries over the last 10 years. The population data is from the 2010 census. There are more current population numbers, but they're not updated uniformly across all these communities, so we elected to use 2010 for consistency. If you'd like, I do have copies of the maps as well as the data tables behind them that I can leave with you. And again, playing on my uncertainty of how this was going to come together, here's our development team slide. The change I'd call your attention to, we'll be working with Infinity Management, which is new to our team, but not new to Montana. And also, we've been talking with the folks at Lake County Housing Assistance. They're located in Ronan, and they've got an over 200-person waiting list for housing in the Lake County area. So we hope to bring this to them as an option for those families. And also familiar, you know, I guess just to kind of drive this home, I was thinking about it. Should we get an award in January, that'd have people moving in Valentine's Day the following year. So we really can put these resources to work for you guys. And with that, I'd close, and if you have any questions about Polson, I'd be happy to answer them. And then, I don't know, I guess who I should give these to hand out, or
you can give those to Mary. Is there any public comment? Questions from the board?
Alex, did you put those 2 maps in your application?
I didn't.
We'd like to receive those, so if you could make sure that we all get a copy of those. They're in there? Okay,
yeah, Mary, I brought some. Mary's handing them out now.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just make one comment on this. Clearly, the second map is it shows a lot of the tribal areas that have no other resources. It is a little bit, you know, it's a little bit unbalanced in that manner. You go to Missoula, if you want to buy a house, if you want to rent a house, yes, they have a long waiting list, but they don't really have any other resources. So I think that, you know, it's a little bit misleading.
Okay. Any other comments? Thank you. Thank you. Moving right along to Big Sky Villas in Belgrade.
I think about the fact that if we didn't have low-income housing, I don't know where I'd be.
I would have had to have looked around and found some place with low-income housing. I'm not sure where it would have been.
Because finding affordable housing around here is non-existent.
Because my income is pretty limited.
Southwest Montana is growing at an exceptional rate. However, as communities such as Bozeman and Belgrade race towards ever-expanding social and economic goals, it is critical that some of their residents aren't left behind. With rents in the Gallatin Valley starting at $700 for a one-bedroom apartment and over $1,100 a month for 3 bedrooms, it is urgent that established, affordable housing complexes remain in the area. In the words of Belgrade Mayor Russell Nelson, affordable housing is a pressing need in our community. From 2000 to 2010, Belgrade's population increased by 28%, over triple the population increase for Montana. From 2013 to 2014, Gallatin County was the 47th fastest growing county in the nation. This growth has placed unprecedented pressure on communities like Belgrade to meet housing needs. HRDC is a nonprofit community action agency dedicated to building a better community through innovation and leadership. Built in 1983, the Big Sky Villa in Belgrade represents all facets of HRDC's mission. It provides 24 families with safe and affordable housing, but is showing its age. The time has come to acquire the property and make the major renovations that will enable residents to continue to call the complex home. Further concern is that if HRDC doesn't step in to acquire the property, it will likely sell to a private owner and become market-driven, which would force all of the current residents out and into a very uncertain future. This is our mission in the community and why this project is so important. HRDC has over 20 years of success with affordable housing development and preservation. We met with tenants and listened to their concerns about safety and efficiency. Their list of improvements include soundproofing, new flooring, plumbing, parking lot and sidewalk repair, and dishwashers. The state of Montana has prioritized affordable housing preservation in its consolidated plan, and we feel there is no project more representative of this goal in Southwest Montana. As Mayor Nelson says, the preservation of Big Sky Villas and the corresponding rental subsidies is of utmost importance to our city. Too many rapidly growing areas have seen once affordable properties converted to market rate developments, a permanent loss to those communities. Addressing these issues right now will make Big Sky Villas an affordable and safe place for many families to call home for the next 40 years.
She can have her own independence and provide for her own way of living with just a little, with assistance.
And then outside, I would just like to see the play area change, especially with the sand. It'd be cool.
Because like I said, when we found this, I just quit looking.
It is a big relief. I can just sit back and just go day by day by day.
Okay, good morning.
We just wanted to start with the video so we could let the property and the current residents speak to the project itself. And then I wanted to take a minute to speak to our team that we've put together for the Big Sky Villas project in Belgrade, as it's an RD, acquisition and rehab, and the goal is the preservation of those rental subsidies. It's a complicated process, so we've put together a partnership with GL Development, with HRDC as a nonprofit partner. Jeff Rupp, our CEO, has over 34 years of experience and recently received a Lifetime Achievement Award for his efforts in affordable housing development. Mary Martin, our assets manager, also has had 2 successful acquisition and rehabs with relocation and utilizing tax credits within those projects. HRDC has been in business for over 40 years, working to improve our communities, and has completed over $40 million worth of projects from historic preservation to land trusts, and works across the housing continuum from homelessness to home ownership. And so that's a little bit about our background and our team. And with that, I will turn it over to Tracy to speak to the property.
All right. Thank you, Heather. We identified 3 primary priorities for this project. First of all, the rehabilitation, a relocation that's really as painless as possible for our tenants. And then finally, preservation of this key affordable housing resource for the community. We had the opportunity to meet with tenants and talk to them about what they thought would be important to Big Sky Villas. And, they really didn't ask for anything flashy. They just acknowledged, the building is over 30 years old and it's been well cared for, but it's time and it really needs some substantial rehabilitation. So most of their requests focused on energy efficiency upgrades and soundproofing between the units. In addition to kind of the normal tax credit facelifts that you're all used to seeing, we'll be adding an accessible unit to meet our current codes as well. With relocation, we acknowledge that this is really hard for tenants. Our tenants this is a special needs population, and to ask them to move out of their homes for a 4-week period so we can rehabilitate is really tough. So we're very fortunate to have our effort led by Mary Martin. She has experience both with the acquisition rehab of the A.W. Miles building in Livingston, but also with an elevator replacement at the Sherwood building, which was 49 units of elderly. So she does know how to do this, and we're very happy to have her on our team. Relocation and rehabilitation are important facets of this, but make no mistake, preservation is our #1 priority with this project. Preserving these 24 units of affordable housing for this community is absolutely critical. Our rents are almost 50% below market. This development also comes with rural development rental assistance, ensuring that the tenants pay only 30% of their income toward rent. So you may have seen Alex's chart that showed, you might not know where Belgrade is because of that chart, because we are not on it. We have not had a tax credit development since 2000. Big Sky Villas is the only development in the community that has subsidized rentals with rental assistance. So we're talking about a population that would truly have nowhere else to go if this were not part of our community. The median income of Big Sky Villas residents is just under $15,000 a year. So that's about 30% of the area median income. And they pay about $300 a month after the rental assistance is taken into account. So we know that they have, all of the tenants related to us, how difficult it has been to secure affordable housing. And we know what an important resource this is in our community. We also know that the conversion to market rate isn't going to happen overnight, but we really do believe that the tax credit process is the only realistic manner in which a nonprofit is going to be able to come in and preserve this resource for our community. We hope that you'll help us in meeting that goal, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
Good morning. My name is Ted Barkley. I'm the city manager for the city of Belgrade, and I bring you greetings this morning from Mayor Nelson and the members of the city council.
at this point in the proceedings, we almost hear the exact same arguments and information that will support any of these projects, which are absolutely fabulous. One of the things that I think is important to know, though, is that in Belgrade, our issues are magnified almost as a result of our own success. Not that the city of Belgrade went out and drummed up the economic explosion that's happening in Gallatin Valley, because we didn't. It feels sometimes more like it's happening to us rather than because of us. But we find ourselves in a situation now where people who are working entry-level jobs and people who are retiring and living on fixed incomes are having an increasingly difficult time finding housing in a way that we've not experienced before. I know that there are communities out in the Bakken that are used to having the travel trailers come in and people try and find places to live temporarily. We're starting to see that type of thing happen in Belgrade now, which is sort of new to us, and it's also heartbreaking because we know of a number of individual instances where the elderly are having to seek housing somewhere away from their families simply because they cannot afford to live in the Gallatin Valley / Belgrade market any longer. When the council learned of this project and the potential for Big Sky Villas to leave the inventory of affordable housing, they actually were alarmed and at the end of the day voted unanimously to support this project, because affordable housing is so rare in Belgrade, in a community where the need for it seems to be increasing every day. Just the general inquiries at City Hall, I polled our billing clerks last week to find out, which I do periodically, to find out what the big issues are, and we're getting 4 to 5 inquiries a week from people who are simply asking, is there any place for us to live? And even affordable, even people who can afford market rents are having a hard time finding places to live, and it's not something that you would expect in a community like Belgrade. We are in the middle of a survey right now with the Northern Rocky Mountain Economic Development District. It's a survey of needs for our existing businesses, and over 50% of the respondents to date are indicating that they're facing workforce shortage, and they link it to housing shortage, which is a very significant thing. The location of this project could not be more ideal. It's within walking distance of over 600 entry-level jobs. It's within walking distance of 2 supermarkets, our downtown core. It's within walking distance to medical services, including the new 36,000 square foot Bozeman Health Clinic, which will offer most services. It's within walking distance to Streamline Transit, which provides fare-free transportation to employment markets and medical services in Bozeman and the surrounding area as well. And I would just commend to you that while it seems expensive, because doing anything in the Gallatin Valley is expensive right now, this project will have a significant positive impact on us, and we humbly request that you positively consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I had a question for Bruce. Bruce, is it possible for us to award tax credits for less than has been asked for, thinking that we could at least fund acquisition of some of these projects, if not renovation?
Yes, the answer is you can. And yes, we've done that in the past, but many times the projects become not financially feasible, if you don't have all the components.
But the other thing is you cannot fund acquisition without rehab with credits.
Yeah, and that's true. Thank you, Mary. So yeah, we couldn't just do one without the other. I mean, you could just do rehab without acquisition, but if you do acquisition, you have to have rehab with it.
Any other questions? Bob?
I'm trying to learn more about all of these 515 projects that are demanding rehabilitation money from tax credits. And I think it does make a lot of sense, but it's competing with new construction and other very intense affordable housing needs in every community. Has your team looked at, like Big Fork did, utilizing an expanded $1 million loan subsidized from USD as part of your package?
We did look into other methods in order to acquire and rehabilitate the property, and that was one of the manners that we did look at. But the tax credit simply pencils better for the project. It allows us to maintain.
No doubt.
Yeah, it allows us to maintain our rents low and to do the rehabilitation that's necessary. And for our organization, I would add preservation. We really did see preservation as a priority, even over new construction in our community, because right now what we're seeing in Gallatin Valley is that tax credit rents are often above the fair market rents. And so we have people who aren't allowed to fill Section 8 vouchers because the tax credit rents might be too high for them.
Well, no, I don't object at all to renovation. I think we all understand if we can protect subsidy and existing units, that's good for everybody. I take exception with a federal program that people signed up for, that then all of a sudden the federal program's not being funded at a level to sustain it, and they're coming into a pool that really, they're asking for preference in, that is designed to meet sometimes initial need. And so, I guess it's more of just a political statement. We continue to say we want less government, we want less support, we want more conservatism. But if we don't have these programs like 515 funded at a realistic level, every year we get more applications. And I don't know what to tell people, because every one of them stands their own merit. But yet, where is the public voice to our Congress and President and our state legislatures if we're going to have community growth, we have to have supportive housing? That's my little soapbox, sorry.
I couldn't agree more.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Number 9, Red Fox in Billings. And if people are wondering, we are going to take a break at 11:30.
Got to move this down for the short person. Thank you for allowing us to present today. It means a lot to the citizens of Billings and to myself. Red Fox is a proposed 1 and 2 bedroom apartment complex in Billings in the Whitetail subdivision. When we were looking at project size, I'm going to have to figure this out. Okay. When we were looking at deciding what the project size should be, we looked at need in the community, and what we found was from our professional market study that 1 and 2 bedrooms were of the highest need in the community, as well as our own waiting lists at the Housing Authority. We currently on the public housing list, we have 1,300 folks waiting for assistance, and 2 bedrooms follows that list. The City of Billings Consolidated Plan also lists that 1 and 2 bedrooms are the affordable rental units are the largest need. We also can tell from some of our specialty programs for veterans and for the chronically mentally ill, when they're out looking, they have a very difficult time, even with case management, trying to locate anything. Now we have a new group and new money in the community for rapid rehousing for veterans, and those folks are having a really difficult time finding 1 bedrooms in the community. We looked at the configurations from our last project and decided that we would do 30 units, 14 1-bedrooms and 14 2-bedrooms, 1 handicap 1-bedroom unit, 1 handicap 2-bedroom unit, and they will all be accessible according to the 504 standards. 2% of the units will be for the sensory impaired, and all lower units will be of universal design and adaptable. The square footage for 1 bedrooms is 750. The 2 bedrooms, 924 And the cost per square foot for the entire project is $187.11 for the square footage. I mean, not for the entire project. The site location in Billings is very sustainable. It's a sustainable livability project. We have a sustainable group that meets in our community quarterly to come up with the best places for folks to live. And this project is high on the list of that. It's in the Billings Heights. It's already zoned multifamily. It is close to a Walmart Supercenter. As you can see, it's on a bike path. It has a community garden, a bus stop, and a donated shelter from the city of Billings. There's playground equipment and a basketball court, as well as an open field to play various and sundry football or soccer, whatever the kids or young adults would like to do. It's close to medical centers, jobs, shopping, professional offices, etc., and schools. Who we're going to serve? We're going to serve those at 40%, 50%, and 60%. It's going to be 100% project-based. The populations we're going to serve are small families with children, veterans, various programs. I spoke to that earlier. Our public housing and Section 8 serve veterans. We receive a large population from the close-by reservations. Right now, currently, we're serving not just veterans, but families in general at 39% because of lack of housing in the area. And this includes the Northern Cheyenne and Crow, as well as others throughout the state. Physically and mentally handicapped case management's proposed. The mental health center is matching in kind case management for folks who are chronically mentally ill for this particular project, and it's listed in the application, the dollar amount. We will also be assisting physically impaired and the general population, which, as you all know, includes people who have all sorts of illnesses, domestic abuse, etc., and who we're serving at the Housing Authority. We currently serve about 1,550 families there, and we have another 2,200 that would like assistance. And then I'm going to turn this over to my colleague, Patty Webster. She's our Deputy Director, to talk a little bit about need and show you some videos.
So one of the things, I'm not going to reiterate stuff that you have in writing in front of you, but one of the things I wanted to talk about in one of the programs that we serve for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So at any given time, we have approximately 150 vouchers on the street looking for housing. That's a lot. 29 of those are expiring every week because they can't find housing. That's very sad. So we need your help. The statistics are up there on that part of it, but one of the things that I wanted to really stress on the 2,400 families searching, these are families that need housing. These are families who need housing assistance as well, but we find that the majority of our families, 85%, are leasing up at 40%, paying 40% of their income in housing, not 30%. Billings is very, very much in need of housing. Several of our families who have vouchers, living in the shelters right down the street, working, can't find housing. That's a huge problem. I don't agree with the vacancy rates. I know the market studies do their professional thing, but we have a lot of high-end housing in Billings. Our families can't live there. And our next slide has a family that wants to speak to that. Go, Penny.
I moved here, and I found housing through the Housing Authority of Billings, and I was so blessed to get an apartment in Whitetail Run apartment complex. I've been searching for apartments, and about 2-3 weeks I had left before my voucher would have expired. My case manager called me and said, would I be interested in this apartment? Well, at this point, I had hit a dead end, and I was almost ready to give up. So when she called me with this news, I was just so excited, and I literally packed everything I had, put my kids in the car, and moved in. So I was just very lucky to have that opportunity, and I still live there today. Me and my children are doing very well now. I've been able to live, so to speak, more than survive. You know, when you don't have a stable place to live, it's hard to look for a job. It's hard to figure out what your next move is. It's hard to make goals, you know, and sometimes you sit in meetings with some lower income families, and people will ask you, what's your plan for the next 5 years? You know, what do you plan to do? What do you want for your family? What do you want for your children? And the first thing that comes to mind is, I want to survive, you know, and here at the Housing Authority, you know, it has just, it's just given me that opportunity to not just only survive, but to live, you know, my life. I'm sorry.
Okay, I better turn this back over to Lucy then. Wow, I better talk fast. We had a whole nother section from this lovely lady who now is our waitlist clerk and could tell you a lot more about the people that come in for need. There's a distribution chart. It's from 13. It came from stats that I got from the Board of Housing a few years back. I did want to say that we did receive a home grant for $750,000 in September of 2015. We're going to use that for funding. U.S. Bank Corp offered us $1 on $1 for tax credit investments. So did PNC. Mountain Plains, 90 to 95 cents on $1. First Interstate Bank, 85 to 90 cents on the dollar. And several good loans. And I guess that's it. You have the pictures of the 1 and 2 bedrooms, and then some information about the design. Are there any questions?
Any questions from board members? And any public comment?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie Steitler. I'm with Homeward in Missoula, and we are at Choteau in Yellowstone County and Billings. And I just wanted to say that Homeward really, really supports this project from HAB. It's clearly very much needed in Billings, and you can see from Alex's little maps that Billings is in need of a tax credit allocation. So we wanted to express our support for this project. Our tax credit projects in Billings are consistently full and have long waiting lists, so we know the need is there. So thank you.
Thank you. Any final comments? Okay, moving on to Noble Homestead.
Good morning. For any of you who don't know me, my name is Jody Paxton. I'm the Executive Director of Lake County Housing in Ronan. Lake County Housing has partnered with Aloha Noble House as the management team for this exciting project. I would like to echo Kay's earlier thanks for you allowing us to present this information to you. The project is a culmination of the efforts of many good people, but over the years, the concept has remained the same: jobs, education, year-round, fresh, locally grown food, and attainable housing. Uh-oh. At you? Okay, so Okay. The building blocks for, The building blocks for our project include high need, community support, great location, excellent design, and the best management. The latest U.S. Census shows that 28.9% of Lake County residents are renters. In Pablo, that jumps to 36.8%. 94.5% of Pablo's renters are made up of 3 to 5 person households. The Salish Kootenai College attracts approximately 1,000 students every year, and tribal headquarters employs approximately 250 families in Pablo. We currently manage 36 three-bedroom units in Pablo. They're always full, and there's always a waiting list. We only have 1 3-bedroom rental in Ronan, so anytime anyone applies for a 3-bedroom, we send them to Pablo. We currently have 82 families on our waiting list for a 3-bedroom unit, and Salish Kootenai Housing Authority also has 15 families on their waiting list for 3 bedrooms. Okay.
Okay. So the focus of our project is families. We have, oh yes, of course, I'm sorry. The units will be 24 3-bedroom units, 1,600 plus square feet. They will have the solarium as part of the unit to to hopefully encourage the residents to get into growing plants and fruits and vegetables and their own local food to a certain extent, because next door will be the greenhouse. And so there will also be a carport and well, let's go on to the next chair. So this is our support at this point. Salish and Kootenai Housing Authority, we have letters. You have them in your packet. These letters: Lake County Community Housing, Lake County Commissioners, Lake County Community Development Corporation, Ronan School District number 30, Payne West Insurance, and the Insurance Exchange are all giving us a thumbs up. So I think that says something. The design of the units is going to incorporate solar and bermed insulated walls. So we're planning on R50 insulation coupled with bermed insulated walls, solar panels to reduce electrical costs, proper orientation of windows and structure to aid both solar and insulation, high-tech SEER 16 heat pumps, mini splits, and then the solarium, hopefully producing food for the family as well as bringing the outdoors in, with the hope that the children will learn that food doesn't necessarily come from a grocery store shelf and that you can grow it yourself. We need to, I think, get away from the trend of shipping food in and maybe have it produced locally. Have it produced locally year-round in the form of a greenhouse. So we're trying to encourage that. We're trying to have low-maintenance grounds that will not use a lot of water for support, and apple trees for shade that you can eat. Here you see the solarium with the bermed foundations and the solar panels on the roofs. And then on the other side is the carports. No, that wasn't right. Yeah, I guess you can't see the carports over there. Okay, well, in any case, that gives you a little bit of idea of what we're looking at. These are duplex units approximately 1,600 plus per unit square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. So we feel this is family living at its best with larger units, good internal storage, Energy Star appliances, a community facility with computer room and kitchen so we can have gatherings, functions, meetings, parties, education going on the facility. And then there is a high demand for these units in the area. The market study has proven that there is a definite need for family units. And then again, we have the solar, the berming, the solarium, the heat pumps, and it's going to be built in an excellent location. Hopefully using as much Montana materials as possible and Montana labor, hopefully from Lake County and Flathead County, the labor. And there are some things you can't get except outside of Montana, but most everything here in Montana we would use. Let's see, this development is going to be close. That's Jody. This development is going to be close. It's an excellent site because it's ready to go. It's been prepared for a development. It's close to the elementary school, within walking distance to the elementary school, the grocery store, the tribal headquarters, which is the largest employer. The community college is there. There's a grocery store, a bank. The post office is literally next door to the site. There's a bus that will pick you up at your home for medical and employment reasons, and then there's another bus that goes between Whitefish and Missoula. So with all of those advantages, I think it's an excellent site with a lot of potential to have a very positive result. Jody, you probably. Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, Lake County Community Housing has partnered with Aloha Noble House on this project. We are to be the managers. Our mission is to provide affordable, safe, decent, sanitary housing to the low and moderately low income families of Lake County. Lake County Housing was formed in '96, granted 501c3 status in '99. We attend our annual trainings, maintain our certifications as required by all oversight agencies. In addition to currently managing 79 tax credit units in Lake County, we manage 53 rural development units, 4 neighborhood stabilization units, 19 home assisted units, and we administer 36 Section 8 vouchers. We have the same issue with Butte and Billings being able to fill our vouchers. Our small area is Ronan and the immediately 10 miles surrounding, so our tenants have a difficult time filling the vouchers. Right now, I think we're sitting at 30. We've been down to 25, and just consistently, due to attrition, we lose them, we gain them, and we can't keep them filled. This is a much needed and worthy project, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on?
Brad Butler with Brad Design and Drafting. I've been working with Noble House for the past 3 years, and specifically about 6 months in this last project. And I just want to reiterate that, yeah, this is a really good project. I work with a lot of entry-level home builders in the Flathead Valley, all the way from Missoula up to Eureka. Yeah, this is obviously, you've seen some of the construction elements. This is something that's definitely new, or not new, but a lot of entry-level builders aren't using this, and so I just want to show my appreciation for them using this, these elements, and want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we will take a break. It's 11:30. We'll take a 20-minute break, and for those people that are on the phone, if you'd like to call back in 20 minutes, we will get started.
Okay, if you guys would stay in your seats, we're going to try and set up the lunch back here. We're a little crowded, so
so give us 5 minutes
minutes
to set things up, and then we'll get people going through the line. So
thank you.
11:50. Call back in on the line at 11:50.
The organizer has disconnected. The call will now end. This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get started here in just a minute or so. Feel free to grab your lunch and have a seat. And if you haven't had a chance to get up there, feel free to go up as people are speaking too. We'll be starting with Rose Park in just a few, in Bozeman in just a few moments here. Okay, thanks everyone. We'll get started with Rose Park.
Thank you, Chairman, Board of Housing, everyone in attendance. My name is Sam Long, excuse me, and I'm here on behalf of the City of Bozeman, HRDC, and Summit Housing Group. Rose Park Apartments is a collaboration from the City of Bozeman, HRDC. We also have a nonprofit partner, Family Promise of the Gallatin Valley, and a lot of local support. The city has reduced our fees approximately by about $18,000. The City of Bozeman has a land use restriction on this site for affordable housing. Please understand that this will be a senior community. There's not been a senior project awarded in Bozeman since 2002, so it's been quite a while. Other Bozeman community organizations that support this project, Greater Gallatin Homeless Coalition support, and like I said earlier, Family Promise. We also have support from all the senators and congressmen in Montana. Last year when we came to you for our project, Stone Ridge Apartments, the effective vacancy rate was 0. Since then, it's actually gone down. How can that happen? Well, if you look at the vacancy rate in all light tech and low-income projects last year, it was 0%. It's still at 0%. However, the vacancy rate in Bozeman has gone down since our July market study of last year. There are 2 vacancies in the whole city of Bozeman. If that's not a housing crisis, I don't really know what is, but that's something to really take a look at. 2 vacancies in the fastest growing community in the state. Rose Park Apartments rents, one other thing, since July 2014, the rents have increased by 9% because there's no available units. And Stone Ridge, while those units will come online in June, July of 2016, those are geared towards families. So there will be no new units for seniors. As you can see, there's 132 units needed for elderly households. There are 411 total eligible elderly households that we can target. Right now, the only other senior LIHTC community in Bozeman is 100% leased up with 35 names on the wait list. As far as the partnership goes, there's a lot of experience on the line here with HRDC and Summit Housing Group. Currently, Summit Housing Group has over 1,200 units either in the development phase, construction phase, or completed. As far as site location, I think one of the great things about this site is it's going to be right next to the family site. So you have a cross collaboration of elderly and family. We've done this in some other communities in Sheridan and Casper, and we've noticed this creates a sense of community. And it really helps with the seniors, helps them feel a sense of community. And again, if you look at the location, all services are located within about a mile. Here's the site. It's absolutely beautiful. Would be what the seniors would be looking at if you go up two or three levels, because we're going to have our other apartments on the other side, but they'll be able to see the Gallatin Mountain Range. Here's the site. It's a 3-story project. And here's the rendering of the project. Every unit will have all the typical amenities. One thing we did do with the city of Bozeman for our project is promise to do enterprise green communities. That is a higher standard or higher threshold than what the QAP requires. So these will be fully sustainable and everything that the QAP requires, but we're going above and beyond that. As you can see, 24 one-bedrooms, 18 two-bedrooms, 70% are below 50% AMI. All your typical amenities, coastal services. And once again, it's important to note that it is going to be certified energy, will adhere to Enterprise Green Communities building standards as is Stone Ridge in Phase 1. Here's our funding sources. As you can see, Summit Housing Group has really pushed on keeping our cost per unit down. As you can see here, our cost per unit is below the Montana Board of Housing average. Cost savings, cost per square foot is also below, and our cost per square foot also below. There's a couple things we've got going on this parcel. First of all, the land was appraised for $325,000. We are actually purchasing the land for $250,000. So there's $75,000 worth of savings for the project. Also, with the city of Bozeman's financial support, it allows low development cost and reduced rents. They're also not, if this was awarded, most likely this would break ground in June when our other project, Stone Ridge, is completed. So there's going to be a lot of cost efficiencies there, not restaging construction equipment. It's going to save money. What will the MBOH receive if Rose Park Apartments is awarded? Tremendous partnership with the City of Bozeman, HRDC, cohabitation of seniors, families on the same site. Both partners have extensive experience in the tax credit and affordable housing industry. High quality, durable, sustainable green housing, and development cost due to below market land. Summit Housing Group record of building below Montana Board of Housing historical cost, and again, no restaging of a construction site, and we're ready to go. This thing is out of the ground in June. Any questions?
Is there any public comment?
Hello, my name is Carson Taylor. I'm the Deputy Mayor of Bozeman, Montana. And with luck, the next time I see you, I'll be the Mayor of Bozeman, Montana. This is not electioneering luck. This is, I just got to live that long. I'm looking forward to it. Affordable housing is very important to our community. In the last year, we've made it our #1 priority because of some of the statistics that you've heard right here. We tripled our budget for affordable housing, going from 1 mil to 3 mils in the last year. And you'll notice that the amount of contribution is $18,010. You might wonder what the $10 is. That was in that portion of our affordable housing budget. That was what was left in this category. So we're going all in to the extent that we can on this. Thank you very much for considering this. I've heard all the other proposals. They all sound great to me, and I don't know how you make the decisions that you make. I will add, I've been reading up on getting older, and the book I'm reading right now is called Being Mortal by Atul Gawande, and I can't spell that for you. But it has to do with sort of seniors, and I'm not reading this because of my age at all. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just research. The connection of seniors to families and other generations really makes a difference in terms of their long-term viability. And so connecting this housing project with a housing project right nearby has a lot of opportunities for community gardens and things that will connect seniors in the project to other people. So I think it's a really great project for that reason as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Thomas. I'm the Director of Community Development for the City of Bozeman. I'm really excited to be advocating on behalf of this position because as somebody who is tasked by the city manager and the city commission of looking at development of the community comprehensively, I see this as a very important project in creating a healthy, vital, and diverse community within the city of Bozeman. The key to me is this interlinking of the different generations. We set this property aside close to 10 years ago for the development of affordable housing. Nothing else can be put on that property. It would be great to be able to finish this off as a demonstration to the community, continued demonstration of the commitment of the city to the development of affordable housing. Because this is really an infill project, it is infrastructure ready. Everything is there. Roads, sewer, water, the site's ready to be developed, as Sam said. It's great, the timing. If we were to be awarded this project, we would be able to just kick off construction right away and save on the staging. In addition, HRDC as a partner is key, but another key component is they run our free transit system, and they are creating a new route that will be able to serve this, so that will provide easy transportation. Although many services are within walking distance, and Sam didn't mention that virtually right across the street, we have a major park that will be available for folks to be able to use, a trail system as well that's developed with gravel fines so that it's relatively walkable. The Gallatin Association of Realtors hosted a housing summit just a month or so ago. This entire community is struggling with affordable housing. Montana has a greater percentage of folks over the age of 65 than the rest of the United States, so it's important, I think, that we really look at providing good, safe housing opportunities for them. It's also very important to us. As a part of our funding, we require that green building techniques be utilized. And in this particular case, the city is also working with HRDC through our water conservation to retrofit the water fixtures on existing housing units in order to conserve water and make it more affordable to run and administer. Those types of programs would be available here also. And we're talking about working with our new stormwater utility in order to use some innovative new techniques in order to use also low stormwater runoff. This is a very, very exciting project, and I thank you very much for your time and for listening to us.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Housing, for the record, my name is Jeff Rupp, and I'm the head of the local Bozeman HRDC, the third partner in this project. And all the projects in front of you are deserving. Any consideration you would give to us would be most appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there questions or comments from board members? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Gateway Vista in Billings.
Good afternoon. I'm Marilee Olson. For the record, it's MERRYLEEOLSON, complicated but simple name. I'm the CEO of YWCA Billings, and that is the YW, not the YM. I'm happy to be able today to present a project to you that provides affordable housing and much, 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 much more. The Gateway Vista project will serve low-income individuals, and it will have an emphasis on providing housing for victims of violence. It's a new construction project that will feature 24 one- and two-bedroom affordable but quality units in the heart of the community on land that YWCA owns and is donating to the project. The cool thing is that it provides wraparound services in addition to roofs over heads. So we'll be providing services for all tenants that include financial management, that would be debt reduction counseling, that sort of thing, skills training, education, job finding support, on-site childcare and preschool readiness, and case management for all tenants to assist with the aspects of breaking out of the cycles of violence and poverty. As the sponsor, we have a mission of saving and changing lives with services that include affordable housing. We're a 109-year-old nonprofit in the state of Montana with an outstanding financial history. Our assets consist of investments, facilities, and land, and we are debt-free. Our services that we have as a part of our organization currently include Gateway, which is the only 24-hour, 365-day-a-year secured shelter for victims of domestic violence in Montana. And in that shelter, we provide 8,000 nights of housing free of charge to women and their children who are victims of domestic violence. And that is at no cost to everyone who comes to us. And it includes not only shelter, but food and laundry supplies and counseling and transportation to obtain other services, all kinds of wraparound support. Additionally, we have an employment and training center on site that has case managers that assist adults in overcoming barriers to obtaining training and education and securing full-time employment that's essential to establish and sustain financial independence. Our Child Center is a licensed on-site pre-K school readiness development center that serves children from 6 weeks to 6 years. And in that center, we serve more than 30,000 meals per year. 39% of the families who have children in our center receive financial assistance. The people we serve are primarily women and children in the cycles of violence and poverty, and 98% of them are disadvantaged or underserved. While technically our service area includes Billings, Yellowstone County, and 6 surrounding counties, and the Crow and Northern Cheyenne Indian reservations, we literally serve women and children from all over the state. Lucy and Patty did a really good job of documenting the need for affordable housing in Billings and Yellowstone County. I just want to quickly add to that. 12% of the residents in Yellowstone County, roughly 10% of the population, live below the poverty benchmark. Our vacancy rate, as Lucy pointed out, is less than what is statistically shown. We think it's somewhere around 1.1%, but we have huge waiting lists. She mentioned that in her presentation. What that leads to is if you're a victim of domestic violence and you come to the Gateway Shelter, you can stay there for 12 weeks and you can get a lot of support, but then there's no place to go. So those victims end up on the street or they're back with their abusers. And at times, they lose their lives because they were unable to escape from that situation. It's one thing to try to find housing if you have a job or you're an employer trying to attract people. It's another matter if you're a victim of crisis who has no other way to escape. So it's a very compelling story, and we've heard many compelling stories. This one happens to be a bit unique, and I hope it's something that will touch your heart as you think about it. Gateway Vista represents new inventory and supply where it's critically needed and presents housing options that also are mixed with other on-site amenities and community services. Like other projects, we have things nearby like beautiful parks and public transportation. On-site, we're going to include community room, counseling offices, basketball hoop, computers, case management offices, play areas, all sorts of things. The thing is that this site, in less than a mile, has high school, middle school, elementary schools. It has churches, it has restaurants, it has retail, it has hundreds of jobs within walking distance. So if people who come there can just get there and have a place to live, they're going to have what the other things they need to become financially sustainable. One of the things that I'm very proud of is the fact that we're shovel ready. And yes, we truly are shovel ready. Pardon me. We've made a significant commitment to Gateway Vista. First of all, I know donated land doesn't give us any points. In fact, Don pointed out that it deducts points. We could have built market rate units on that property. We could have sold it to a developer to build market rate units. But instead, we looked at the need in the state of Montana and decided to commit this land to affordable housing. Not only that, we decided that we would work with the development team and raise money in different ways to make sure this housing happens. We have completed the pre-development, all the studies, architecture, engineering, permitting, everything that's needed. If we were granted LIHTC funds, we would break ground this spring and move forward. Our staff has extensive experience, including in housing projects, and we have a highly qualified professional team, including Mountain Plains Equity Group, CR Builders, HGFA architectural firm, and Tamarack Property Managers. We have proven that we are able to do this type of project in the past. Our Gateway Shelter was conceived, planned, and funded and built in 1 year. We're ready to immediately begin. The project is supported by the Office of the Mayor of Billings, Yellowstone County Commissioners, Big Sky EDA, Billings Housing Authority, Community Development Division, and many, many others, including neighbors who came to our public meeting to talk about the need for this sort of housing and that they welcomed it to the neighborhood, and they felt that it was a no-brainer that it should be built and that public funds should be used. Gateway Vista is convenient, quality, life-changing housing. The thing is that LIHTC funding is one of the only ways that a nonprofit like us can create this type of situation and solution that really does meet needs, not only in our area, but in Montana. By combining affordable housing with all the wraparound services that we offer, we're giving residents a hand up, not a handout. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Any questions from board members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Timber Meadows in Kalispell.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Housing. My name is Jason Kronk. I'm the CEO from Emmanuel Lutheran Communities. It's great to be with you today. How many of you have heard of Emmanuel Lutheran Communities in Kalispell, Montana? It is a legacy organization in Kalispell and has been providing services and housing for seniors in the Flathead Valley for over 58 years. Our history started in 1953 with the vision of a few men and women that wanted a comfortable place for our men and women to live comfortably as they age. And so Emmanuel Lutheran Communities was formed in 1957, and it's located just 1 mile north of the city's main entrance, our intersection, in an area called Buffalo Hill, just a few blocks from the Kalispell Regional Medical Center and medical office buildings. Our mission is enriching lives by providing Christian communities of support and loving care. And since opening in 1957, we've grown to offer a full continuum of care for seniors. We have independent living apartments, we have assisted living apartments, we have long-term care, we have short-stay therapy, we have memory care for seniors. Our organization is affiliated with the ELCA Lutheran Church, and this slide depicts the churches that we call on every year to come to Kalispell with delegates to elect our board of directors. Those are 40 sponsoring churches in western and central Montana that every year come to Kalispell to help support our organization. So the Lutheran Home, it's been renamed the Emmanuel Skilled Care Center to more accurately reflect the service changes that we provide. We're licensed to provide services for Medicare and Medicaid. Last year, we provided over 50% of our residents were on Medicaid, which equated to about $2.3 million of unreimbursed care for our society's most vulnerable, people that can't care for themselves and people that don't have money. And that's a big part of our ministry and mission for Emmanuel Lutheran Communities and has been for our 58 years. One of the unique things about this organization is in 1976, it was one of the first in the country to open a dedicated wing for people with Alzheimer's or for memory care. This organization is constantly looking at ways to be a leader in senior housing. In 1988, we opened up the Buffalo Hill Terrace. This is 114 apartment residences for independent living for seniors. There are studios, 2-bedroom apartments. It offers a full dining rooms, exceptional meals, weekly housekeeping services, recreation library, fitness rooms. And in 1998, we began offering assisted living services. So we have 20 apartments that have the full service of assisted living services, all at Buffalo Hill Terrace. And most recently, 3 years ago, we opened what we call the Retreat. This is really dedicated for short-term stay for people with physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy needs. The average length of stay is about 28 days. And it's been well received in the community, so we're hoping to expand our retreat services beginning next spring. But I began with this organization about 2.5 years ago, and one of the first things our board said, we need to continue to advance our ministry. And as we did that, we did a market study, and what the market study showed is that Kalispell has a greater than national average need for affordable living for seniors. And that hit us straight on. After all, we've been providing senior housing for seniors since 1988. But our price points for that service package are between $2,000 and $5,000 a month as a rental. We're not reaching a population that needs affordable housing in Kalispell. And our most recent market study, which you have in your application, shows that Kalispell could absorb 100 apartments for seniors who are on low and fixed income. And so we began the process to bring this dream to a reality. And as we did so, we saw something, or I saw something that I just couldn't believe was affordable living, and that was Cascade Ridge in Great Falls, something that Benefice had opened on their campus. We toured that, and we thought, this needs to be in Kalispell. This is exactly what we need in Kalispell. And so in seeing this community and learning more about it, learned that Don Sturhan and Mountain Plains Equity Group were behind this project. And so we partnered with Mountain Plains Equity Group to begin the work of bringing Timber Meadows, an affordable living community, to Kalispell. Now, Don and his firm have a lot of experience, as you may have already known. They have a portfolio of over 31 affordable housing projects, over 1,000 residential apartments. They've developed over $147 million in total development costs, and 12 of their communities are exclusive to seniors, consisting of 495 residential apartments. So Don and his firm have gained the trust of our board, and we have the confidence that we'll help, with the help of Mountain Plains Equity Group, they'll help advance our ministry to bring in affordable living to seniors in Kalispell. Our project is a 1-2-story building with 40 apartments, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. Each has a garage and storage units. And what I like about this community, it's not just an apartment building for seniors who are on low and fixed income, it's really a community for seniors. This is something that we'd all be proud to be a part of. It offers a multi-purpose room, a laundry room, library, arts and crafts room, an exercise room, a patio, barbecue deck, open fire pit. It's really a very attractive building for seniors. And over the last 2 years, we've been looking for a site. And along with Don's assistance, we've seen many different locations, and we were happy to find and secure this site, which is close to downtown Kalispell. It's 4.5 acres to build this site, and on this picture, this is actually a railroad track that is now going to be removed. If you hadn't heard, Kalispell just received a Tiger grant, and over the next 5 years, they're going to pull that train track out and use it as part of the revitalization for downtown Kalispell. So it's in walking distance to all the amenities. There's the center mall is right down the street. There's an Albertsons, there's a hardware store. It has all the amenities that we have on our list that meet the requirement for this location. This is kind of an aerial view of coming into that site. And you can see, whoops, I don't know why it keeps doing that. As it comes into the site, it shows the different apartments. It has a center covered entrance. And then these are the garages for each of the apartments. And so that's what it looks like on an elevation. What's great about this project is that it's shovel ready. It's ready to go. Not only is it a great location, but we've gone through the process of getting the planning committee and the city council to approve this project. So this project, once it's funded and once it's awarded the tax credits, will begin construction this spring. So we're excited to bring this new project to a reality for Kalispell, for the seniors, and for part of advancing our ministry at Emmanuel Lutheran. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Is there any public comment? And any questions from board members? Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have North Star in Wolf Point.
Good morning. My name is Gene Luer with GL Development. It's my pleasure to present to you the North Star apartment buildings in Wolf Point. It's a tax credit home funded project, 28 units, 8 1-bedroom, 12 2-bedroom, and 8 3-bedroom units. This is very similar to a project your board funded a number of years ago that ran into some difficulty and didn't materialize. The need for the apartments is still there. In many ways, and I didn't think about it initially, but in many ways, Wolf Point is similar to Whitefish, to Polson, and to Big Fork, in that the cost of development is very high and the affordable housing is, the availability of housing is very low. One of the things this project has the benefit of is 2 previous bids that went out to contractors to build a 24-unit project. Given its previously proposed financing, that project was somewhere between $800,000 and $1,600,000 short of money. Given that effort, given the community's continued interest in the project, and given the availability of a home grant that's already been funded to the project and is ready to go, it made sense to me to offer you another opportunity to invest in Wolf Point. An interesting thing is I watched this board struggle with that project over the years, and my sense of your collective interest, frustration, and commitment. As I went to Wolf Point, I found the same thing in the community level. I mean, they need the housing. They were a little bit burned by the previous effort. They were absolutely committed to moving forward with the project, and they were in the enviable position of having a home grant available. And I've done a lot of those. I'm working on one now and have her, and it is remarkable how home grants have the ability to slow down the shovel readiness of a project. It's complicated and process consuming to get those grants on the ground and ready to go. Wolf Point's got one. I've got Bill Haynes here from Collaborative Design, the architects in Billings that essentially have the plans for this project drawn. This project differs from the previous project in that we've reduced some common community space and we've increased 4 additional 1-bedroom apartments. It's on the same piece of ground. It's in the same footprint. Bill will tell you their firm within 30 days can amend those projects and those plans and have it out to bid. Other than that, I've got folks from Wolf Point that were excited about coming here today to talk to you about why their community needs it. So with that, I'll introduce Bill and then we'll let the important folks talk a little bit.
Thanks, Gene. My name is Bill Haynes, and that's Haynes, and I'm with Collaborative Design Architects. The one thing that's really evident from all the presentations that we've seen so far, and I'm sure the ones that will be after ours, is every community in Montana needs affordable housing. Whether you're growing out of control or you're a struggling community it's a statewide issue. So I don't envy the job that you guys as board members have. As Jean mentioned, this project is shovel ready. It's the site's been determined. It's going to be annexed into the city. The wheels of government in Wolf Point have been rolling on that issue. 28 units. One of the things that we have that we're able to do with the new construction project is meet the demand for more accessible units. So of these 28 units, 18 of them are ground level units. 8 of them are fully accessible, and the other 10 of those units will be adaptable. So I'll just click through some of these. You've seen plans. What we're finding in working throughout eastern Montana is that there's 2 factors that really are affecting construction costs. One is really the time of year at when you bid and when you start projects, and the location. So a place like Wolf Point, the weather is obviously a big concern. And so our goal is to get this project revised and out for bid in February so that we could have a March or April start. If we can complete the project in one construction season without having to do the shutdown and startup during winter that we usually encounter, it'll mean that much more the cost of the project goes actually into the physical value of the property. So that's really critical that we get a good start on the project and get it going. As Jean mentioned, it's 95% designed, drawn, ready to go for permitting. The site work, all the geotechnical, all that work is done. So we have a great opportunity here for a project that I would love to be here at your November 2016 meeting, giving you a progress report. So I'll turn it over to these guys.
Good afternoon, Chairman Crowley and the board. For the record, my name is Gary MacDonald, MacDonald, and I'm a Roosevelt County Commissioner, and I'm here to let you know that the county strongly supports this project. And I passed out a letter from one of the largest landlords in Wolf Point. It pretty much shows that she is in support of the project. Great Northern Development is in support of the project. I might point out that Pat Will was going to come up with me until she just had surgery, and she was still going to come, but her doctor told her no. So, I guess the timing couldn't be better for this project. They're planning on being ready to go out to bids in February. We have a 60-bed jail unit that the county is now in the process of building in Wolf Point, and we intend to go out to bids with either the last part of January or early February. So the timing couldn't be better, because that could be an advantage to keep the cost down for them, because those contractors are going to look at 2 major projects in Roosevelt County at the same time, or in Wolf Point. It might get them a lower bid. So I really support this project. And I'd like to point out that it's 411 miles from my driveway to the Mako driveway. And there's 4 of us that made that trip. That's how important this is to us. Or 5. So that's how important this is to us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dwayne Kurokawa, DuaneKurokawa. I am a member of the Great Northern Development Corporation Board, and you've all heard all about the merits of all the projects. Very good. So I'm going to just talk about Great Northern just a little bit and our support. And I just wanted to just ask you all a question. Why do small communities hate each other? Sports rivalries, right? They stole our state championship. Well, anyway, we're up in the northeast corner of the state. We represent 6 counties, the Fort Peck tribes and service that area up in the northeast corner. The reason I bring that up is that this is an effort of a regional development corporation where we have members from all the communities, the small communities up in northeast Montana, on the board, and overwhelmingly our board supports the project. Not only do we support it, we're committed as being one of the co-general partners. So I just wanted to let you know that we have more than a little support. We have very strong support, not just in Wolf Point where the project's going to be, but regionally. And I think that really speaks to the project and to the attitude of the people up in our corner of the state, where we all, even though we got that sport rivalry, we still support each other. And I appreciate the support that we've had out of Great Northern stepping up and saying that we want to be part of this project. Also, the city, Wolf Point, also has already stepped up, and they have obtained funding and for the prior project, and we would appreciate your consideration on this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate the opportunity. I'm not really here representing anyone except myself. I'm just a citizen that is interested in seeing this project done. A little in my background, very briefly, I owned and operated a couple of businesses in Wolf Point over the last 40 years, and I do know how difficult it has become to hire people because of there's no housing. And so with that, I don't want to bore you with a whole bunch of things that other people have already said. So with that, I just want to let you know I do support it, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Good afternoon. I'm the mayor of Wolf Point. My name is Chris Deschaak, D-S-C-H-A-A-K. I sat on the council for 6 years prior to becoming the mayor 2 years ago, and I had the jubilation of being able to see a low-income housing project possibly be funded within my city. Unfortunately, through all the effort of the board, all the effort of the gentleman behind me, it didn't come, and it failed. I, unfortunately, as one of my first acts as being the mayor, is I got to let everybody know that, unfortunately, this project will not be built. I stand up with you guys today asking for your reconsideration for the new project. Now, when Mr. Luer called me a few months ago, I had a little bit of hesitation even wanting to talk to him. There was a lot of probably even a lot, bad taste in my mouth after the previous attempt. The city has expended a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of money trying to get a much needed low income housing project done within our city. In talking to him, I'm very happy to move forward. The city is very happy, and we support him 100%. Not only does the city, just recently we have a new superintendent within our school district that has told me and told the local people that the hardest thing that he has in doing in his first year is finding teachers, and the hardest thing for that was just finding affordable housing. Wolf Point sits right on the edge of the Bakken. Unfortunately, the only thing that we get from that are high grocery prices, high rent prices, and high housing prices. We don't see a lot of the money influx heading into us. We just see, unfortunately, everybody that's there living under the same money that they always have been, and everything else skyrocketing. So I would hope that you guys would have our consideration in moving forward on this. I would like to be able to, in a few months, come back here, and then a little bit after that, be able to tell everybody that we have been accepted once again. So thank you very much.
As some of the folks mentioned, the market study really does indicate a need for affordable housing. There are very low vacancy rates, 1% or so. Pat Will, who was mentioned, owns 15 rentals in the community. She asserts in her letter, and I'll leave this for you folks, that she gets 20 to 35 calls a month, and right at the end of the month, 5 a day looking for housing. The Bakken has impacted that. The city is very nearly landlocked in terms of the reservation. There's not much land there. There's not much development activity has occurred. So it's not that there's an intrinsic increase in the community. In many ways, the community is much as it has been for many years, other than the shortage of housing caused by the Bakken. In any event, Great Northern Development Corporation, the Economic Development Corporation, will serve as a partner and has been extraordinarily committed to the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Any questions from the board? Thank you. Next up is the Meadow Senior Apartments in Lewistown.
Good afternoon, Board. Kelly is handing out a copy of the presentation so that you have a nice little thing to look at tonight before you go to sleep, and then you can dream about the meadows, because that's where everybody wants to live if you're anywhere near Lewistown and you're senior or disabled. Homeward is presenting this project with Thiessen-Talley, a company out of Minnesota. I'll let Kent introduce himself.
Kent Mortimer from Thiessen-Talley Management.
This is a new partnership for Homeward. The Meadows is a senior and disabled project in Lewistown, Montana. It is built in 1978. There's 35 units, 1 and 2 bedroom units. It's all one story, but there are 9. They're in 9 buildings, so they're like fourplexes, and there's a community building. Very cute little bungalow style project. But, 40 years old, so starting to see its age. It's been very well maintained, so it's not like it's fallen apart, but it is time to make some upgrades, and we do need to make it more energy efficient to help maintain the sustainability of the project financially. The other great thing about the project is that it has project-based Section 8 rental housing assistance, and forming a new partnership and a change of ownership would extend that housing assistance, rental assistance for another 20 years. So that's great. Montana really can't afford to lose those rental subsidies. It's a project that is needed. It's consistently 100% occupied. It's occupied by seniors and persons with disabilities, people who have no other place to go if this housing goes away or becomes market rate. And they're wonderful people, as you'll see. As I mentioned, the primary goal would be to do building upgrades to improve the energy efficiency and system upgrades to reduce energy use. Those would be things like LED exterior lighting, higher insulation values, new roofing, new siding, new window, not new windows. Thiessen-Talley already did the windows. So that's a great thing. And that shows you how well it's been maintained over the years. It's a great location. It's right across the street from a large recreation area in Lewistown that's just beautiful, has trails and ponds. And the site itself is beautiful. It has this little creek running through it. It's a wonderful, really idyllic little place. Homeward is excited to be partnering with Thiessen-Talley on the project as equal partners. Our goal would be to learn from them as partners One of the things that we've enjoyed most about working with GMD is learning new ways to do things, new resources, new perspectives, and Tally would bring that to us as well. And they're very experienced at renovating with people in place. So that's a great goal when you are working with senior or disabled population. But really, it's all about the people. Heather and I spent a day there a couple of weeks ago talking to the people, getting to know them, and it's a wonderful community. They're so supportive of each other and so in love with where they live. It's hard not to get, it's hard not to fall in love with them. It's wonderful. And we'll show you that right now if this little video works.
I wandered over Montana to find a place to go home, where I would never mourn. Now Meadows is where I call home.
There's so many nice people here, you know. We love the people that are here. And they're all very friendly. Mm-hmm. Nice. Even when I have to give hugs to get things back.
Those times wonderful place to let me get times a little.
I love the beauty around here. There's a walking path close, and the friendships that I've made here have just been terrific. People are friendly, and we have each other's back if anything comes up. Why we're here for each other. How long have you, Louise? How long have you lived here?
I lived here almost 2 years. It'll be 2 years next spring. It's been wonderful. Just wonderful. Yeah, with me. I spent 17 years down in Central America teaching English. And so when I came back, it was a whole different world, and I lived somewhere else for a while and finally was able to get an apartment here, and I just love it.
What's your favorite part about living at the Meadows? I think the atmosphere and the fact that I can be independent and have so many good friends here, and just like I said, I just think it's a godsend that I'm here.
Well, I have a lot of those. A lot of us here have senior moments.
Because every film needs some outtakes, right? So now you get to see my senior moment. Just to reiterate, you know, it's so important to preserve these rental subsidies, and obviously we can all see that this is going to be an extremely challenging year for you to make decisions. I haven't seen more than 2 or 3 projects that I could imagine why anyone would even question that they're incredibly needed in the state, between preservation projects and new housing new construction projects and senior projects and projects for persons with disabilities. It's clear the need is great and the resources are very limited, but we do appreciate your consideration. Obviously, you'll get all the facts and statistics from the staff in regards to our projects and how it compares to the others, but I think you'll see it's very favorable, and we appreciate you giving us the opportunity to speak to you and let us know if there's any questions.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Any questions from board members? Thank you. Next up is Nicole Court, in Stevensville.
Now, Penny, don't start the time yet. I asked her to use a bullhorn if we go over, because that wimpy little squeaker is kind of offensive. So, anyway, good afternoon. My name is Jim Morton, M-O-R-T-O-N. I'm at the Human Resource Council, and we're here to discuss Nicole Court. Nicole Court has been before you before. It has previously been awarded tax credit project for the town of Stevensville. When we got those tax credits, the town was going through infrastructure upgrade. We did all the studies, had the land, we're shovel ready, as you've heard today, for a lot of projects. But as we talked with the town, it appeared obvious that there would be perhaps an interruption of water supply. After talking about it, we decided to return those credits, make sure that what we built would be an excellent project. This time, we're back. There are 3 partners, Garden City Neighbors, one of the original partners, the Human Resource Council, and Capital Opportunities Incorporated. Garden City Neighbors owns the land and is donating the land. Garden City Neighbors staff are writing the application for us. The Human Resource Council has been serving the area for over 50 years with services for low-income folks. And Capital Opportunities provides in-home care for senior and disabled individuals who are receiving Medicaid in-home care services. Stevensville's last project for the Housing Tax Credit Program was in 1990. That project, I think, was instructive to us. So we went back and looked at how successful it was. It really had community support. It had neighbors coming out and agreeing to change covenants and support entirely in 1990. Instead of being NIMBYs, they decided this was a reasonable project. It was also developed by local people. Dan Severson, one of the original partners, is still the pharmacist at Valley Drug. Stop in. He has a full line, including the liquor store, which is pretty good, I'm just saying. So what we learned about that was the sense of community. We also went back and revisited our discussion about what the community wanted. They don't want stacked housing. They don't want 2-story and 3-story units. Ravalli County has been the fastest growing county for probably 4 decades. So I won't go into all of the statistics about the number of low-income seniors. They're there. The senior population is going to double in that county. And we asked them and members of the Stevensville community what they wanted. They wanted something that was walkable. They wanted a community that was visitable by all people. They wanted seniors to be able to age in place, and that's what you're going to see before you. So with that, I would like to ask our architect, Bob Robinson.
Good afternoon. As Jim just mentioned, my name is Bob Robinson. I'm the architect on the project for what you see so far. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the design concept that you see before you. I hope everybody's got a chance to look at those. The design concept was generated from discussions with the community, as Jim talked about. We heard clearly that they did not want a project similar to the last one that Jim talked about that was going to go on the site, which was stacked housing and very dense. They wanted something that was a little bit different and that was very walkable, visitable, and that fit into the community. There are no 3-story housing projects in Stevensville right now. So what we did is we looked at a project that Jim Morton and HRC did in Superior, Montana, called Edna Court. It should be the last 2 sheets in that. You'll see some pictures of it. And we used that concept, and we ran it by the town and got some very positive results from it. One of the things that we've done for this project that's a little different than Edna Court that we decided to use as kind of our template is that we moved to a 2-bedroom unit as opposed to the single bedroom. We went to a universal design on the concept, which made the units a little bit bigger. And then we moved forward and started developing it with the community at that point. What we really wanted to, the lesson that we learned from Edna Court was that these units, these apartments, were very popular. Tenants tended to move in and not move out, and so they lived and they aged in this area. So it'd start off at, I'm not sure what's the start. It'd start off at 55, and 10 years later, some of them were still in there. So what we felt was very important was to bring universal design to the units and ADA adaptability. All the units can be readily available to be adapted as somebody grows older. We added the second room in there in case, for case grandchildren wanted to come over initially, but also down the line if they need a personal care attendant. The third difference that we have that's not as that is not as clear in those pictures is that we had to go with a slab on grade is what we're proposing to do with these projects. The one at Edna was a crawl space, but it brought in after looking at the soils reports and talking with the geotechnical, the site lended itself more with high groundwater. If you know Stevensville, it does tend to have that in some areas. So we decided to move away from the crawl spaces and listen to what the geotechnicals were telling us about that. What we also wanted to do is, you can't tell it on the site plan, but we moved the units away from what would be spots on the land that has a little higher groundwater. And I'm not going to bore you with the geotechnical aspects of what happens in Stevensville, but their groundwater can vary a little bit from here to there. We really felt that this design overall met with what the community told us that they wanted. It really addressed their needs. We designed enough flexibility in it to provide them with garden spots. A lot of the people in Stevensville would be moving to these from maybe being a little bit more active exterior. They would have a spot for garden spots in there. Or if they don't want it, we just let the grass grow over it. We've brought in elements that will allow them, on-site laundries and everything they need to kind of live there for an extended period of time, if that's what they choose to do. And like I said, the key element that we really wanted to bring in this project was to let this elderly population age in place, and that's again was part of the drive behind the overall design. And from there, I'll let do the technical.
So Harlan Wells, Missoula Housing Authority / Garden City Neighbors. My job was to put together an application that scored well. You'll see when you get those scoring that we made sure we maximized with rent scheduling and all the things we promise. The key thing I want to bring out, because everybody has to kind of distinguish their development from somebody else, is the full land donation. We could have put that land cost in there and still been under the numbers, but we really wanted this to happen. So I will mostly be here for technical questions if you have any questions on where we came up with our numbers and the such. And then I would definitely like to also point out the unusually large amount of community support from unanimous city council to unanimous county commissioners to downtown associations, senior centers, where else? Lots and lots. Pantry Partners, the food bank. So it is a very strong development with that is a partnership between many organizations, and so, and then we will have some public comment from city dignitaries.
We didn't have a high-tech presentation. I think partly because I'm so old, I actually could get on the train in Croix Agency or Hardin and go to Billings when there's passenger service, so sometimes I'm a little behind, but that's how old I am. But this is a sort of a Google Earth of Stevensville, and within 1 mile, you get to a large grocery market, to medical facilities. We're certainly willing to answer questions, and we do have people here that would like to speak under the public comment section, Mr. Chairman. I wanted the bullhorn.
Thank you. Do we have public comment?
Good afternoon. My name is Desiree Toll, and I probably had firsthand experience of gathering support for this housing endeavor. And it was a great experience to actually walk out in my community. I live in Stevensville. It's a town of less than 2,000 people, but that zip code is huge. There's about another 8,000 people that live in that same 59870 zip code. So our project actually draws from a greater area than just the town of Stevensville. But I first communicated with the Stevensville Senior Center. Now they have a membership of around 200 plus individuals. And the thing that was interesting is that they had some really good questions, of course, too. But when I polled them and I said, which would you rather have, a dishwasher or a laundromat? Or laundry facilities in your unit, every single person said, we want the washer and dryer. So again and again, we heard that these amenities that maybe at one time might have been the exception or too high end have become the norm of what people want and expect to be competitive out in the marketplace. Because believe it or not, even with low income housing, you still have to be competitive in the marketplace, because people move around. Not everybody stays in one area. We're a community where we have people that have been there for a long time, where they are aging, and we also have newcomers, people that are retiring from other places that are moving to Montana because they can make their dollar go further. So it's an amazing opportunity. I did meet with a lot of different people, and the 16 units on 3 acres is a wonderful ratio of how much land is around there for people to enjoy some space versus their house that they are living in, their actual apartment, which is 920 square feet. The other thing I'd just like to mention is that the rents are going to be just as in the proposal. I believe Harlan, they're at 60, 40, and 30. Is that right? Percent? 60, 50, and 40. 60, 50, and 40. And that means that some of them will be as low as $445 a month to as high as about $700 a month. But in our community, that would help everybody. That really would help a large number of people. And lastly, I like to say that as I talk to people, they asked me if I could if they could get on a waiting list. We didn't have a waiting list because I was kind of surprised. Why would you want to be on something that we haven't even gotten permission to build yet? But that's where the need is, and people really responded to the concept of the shape of those cute craftsman style houses. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tim Hunter, and I sit on the Stevensville Town Council. I think as Harlan mentioned, when this came before our council gave it unanimous support. So we are definitely in support of this Nicole Court project. And as others have mentioned, the Stevensville area seems to be growing, especially in this 55 plus age category. I believe a lot of that is because of our amazing views. We saw some views from Bozeman earlier. We have beautiful views in Stevensville as well, looking in both directions, Sapphires, Bitterroots. But we also have an amazing climate there, and people probably talk about Stevensville as being in the banana belt more than any other community in Montana. So we are centrally located in Ravalli County, and we do serve a large senior population in our at our senior center. Our town's infrastructure has improved vastly in the last 5-6 years. We've completed a major renovation of our water system. We are just about to complete a major renovation at our wastewater treatment plant. We've done some downtown improvements to sidewalks, and there are more of those in the works. So our infrastructure is ready to go. And I think this location is really nice because people can walk. I live very close by. You can walk to town, you can walk to Valley Drug, you can walk to healthcare, groceries, and everything else. So I really like the design, and I think this team has done a really good job of addressing what the community wanted with the single stories, yet they have yards where they can garden and participate in outdoor activities in a small, manageable, single-level home. So we would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Perrin, and I'm here in support of the project representing the Stevensville Main Street Association. I serve on the Economic Development Committee of that association. And I think it just simply, we see this project as a place that people can remain in our area, remain in Stevensville. As he said, a lot of people live around the community, and as we get older, it's much better for them to be able to move to town, and we would have affordable low-income housing available to them. As I think that just mentioned, our town we've vastly improved the infrastructure. We're ready for the project, and certainly we would welcome the project and the people that would live in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gene Mimak. I'm the most recent past mayor of Stevensville. And the reason I'm here is from the political side. I was here on the town council in 2006 when this project first came up, and we just weren't positioned to handle a project of this size. And we spent years positioning ourselves and being ready for this project. The scale of it has changed. We're very appreciative of that. The group that put this project together worked very, very hard to access the community at many different levels to seek out the kind of design that was appropriate for our area. The town of Stevensville is a town that pulls its own bootstraps. We recently raised $500,000 in private donations to add 2 very large infrastructure projects in one of our local parks, and that was raised through donations of individuals and businesses. We pull together as a community to make things happen in Stevensville. In addition to that, I'm a landlord in Stevensville. My wife and I own quite a number of rental units, and our personal commitment to low-income housing has been reflected in our business model. We rent low-income housing, and we do that as an intentional purpose to give back to our community. But we can't do it ourselves. We need support in our community. This kind of project will go a long way towards easing an enormous senior crisis in housing at an affordable level in Stevensville, and we urge your support for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Technical question? Any questions from the board? Thank you. Thank you.
If anyone is still here from Wolf Point, Stevensville loves Wolf Point. And all small communities that struggle with the challenges that we have to meet. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Next up is Cascade Ridge 2 in Great Falls.
Is this the clicker? We'll see. Good afternoon. My name is Peter Gray. I'm with Benefice Health Systems, and we're here to talk about Cascade Ridge 2. This project was approved last year, and we're coming back for a small increase. Just to refresh your memories of the project from last year, did I get this? It is Cascade Ridge Phase 2. It's an addition of 16 apartments to the original project. It's 8 two-bedroom apartments, 8 one-bedroom apartments. It is designed for senior housing. We also enjoy a lot of community support, county, city, community, and neighborhood groups. We have a long waiting list. It is located in the medical corridor for Great Falls. Shopping, public routes are all very close by. This project is sponsored by Benefis Health System. It's a not-for-profit organization. We're working hard with the community to try and fill a community need. This slide just shows you where the addition is going to be. We were approved last year, and we are proceeding with the project. You'll see we've already started the construction. It was too important to delay as we realized that the construction estimates that we originally made fell short by about $400,000, but we wanted to continue with the original vision. As mentioned by others, high construction costs are being experienced throughout the entire state, and we were no exception. As we looked after the approval last year, looked at where we were, we realized we were about $400,000 below what the tax credits were able to provide for us. We re-looked at our numbers, looked at what we could do to cut. We were able to bring that down to about $300,000, but that still was a shortfall of about $31,000, $32,000 in tax credits, and that's what we're here right now to ask for. And that pretty much sums up the project. I don't know if you want to add anything or if there's any questions that the board may have.
Is there any public comment on Cascade Ridge? Any questions from the board?
I'm just curious. What happens if you don't get the $32,000? What happens?
We are underway. It's going to probably delay the project. We didn't want to. We're trying to match the project that was originally intended with Phase 1. We don't want to cut any corners. We don't want to do anything that would create a second tier of housing. We're committed to the project. We are going to go forward. We think that's important for the community. As a not-for-profit, we don't have a lot of money, but we're committed to this, and it fits within a strategic plan for us. So we're committed to fulfilling that strategic plan.
Once again, I adjust the microphone. Thank you. Don Sturhan. I would like to add one other important thing to that, and thank you for the question, Jeanette. Right now, what we've done to bridge that gap is to seek out a bridge loan that's provided by the contractor. So that enabled us to get started. It was the decision of the sponsors to say, look, this is too important. If we look for other funding sources like home funds, we're going to lose our construction window. So let's take that chance. So we basically arranged for a bridge loan to get us started, get going, buy us some time to look for other funding sources, and of course, to prepare an application to seek out this remedy as well.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Thank you. Okay, I think we're up to number 18, Sweetgrass Commons in Missoula.
More handouts, woohoo! So I know you're getting sick of seeing my face, but Heather wasn't available, so you're stuck with me today. And Ashley has come up with me this time, so just to show you how diverse we are. Always someone different at the podium. My name is Julie Steitler. I'm here with Homeward, and I wanted to present to you very quickly Sweetgrass Commons, previously known to you as the Urban Missoula Project. You saw this last year, and in fact, you gave us a partial allocation last year. We would like to take this opportunity to give you our heartfelt thanks from the deepest part of our little Homeward hearts, how much we appreciate that getting that partial allocation. That allowed us to really leverage the project. We went to every funder that we typically go to, State Home, City CDBG. We have an application in with the Affordable Housing Program from the Federal Home Loan Bank from Des Moines. We got an incredible precedent-setting grant from the Missoula Redevelopment Agency, whereby they purchased the land and then sold it to us for $250,000 less than what they purchased it for. And this is land that's expensive. It's in Missoula. It's in the heart of Missoula. So, of course, it's not inexpensive land. It's sort of like buying land in Whitefish. But as Don mentioned, as other people have mentioned, Montana has seen extremely volatile and unpredictable cost increases with labor and materials. And going after all that funding and leveraging that funding took time. And during that time, costs increased between 15 and 20% over our contractor's estimate from last year. So we are coming back to ask you for the remainder of the funding that we didn't get, that wasn't available last year. And because we won't know about the Affordable Housing Program grant until later this month, our application includes that funding as well. If it turns out that we do get awarded an AHP grant, we would immediately let staff know that we would like to reduce our request and potentially only request the amount that wasn't allocated from our original request. Prices came in approximately 10% over what our contractor estimated they were going to be last year. And we did an open bid project because we have home funds. There were funding delays. Some of our funding partners were having some challenges, and HUD took a while to issue the notice of release of funds, but we're ready to go. Yay. We issued the notice to proceed today, and we are working with Jackson Contracting Group, who we've never worked with before, and they're going to be breaking ground, and you all are invited to the groundbreaking a week from Friday. So that's very exciting, but we do wish that you could award us the amount of credits that we weren't awarded last year, and hopefully we can get rid of the AHP portion. I'm not going to go through the rest of these slides because you have them in front of you, and it's all the same stuff that you saw last year with a little different background and some updated illustrations. But thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to talk to you, and if anybody has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Any questions from the board?
Julie, what's the amount you are asking for?
We're asking for $60,000 in credits, and I just want to point out that U.S. Bank Corp actually is giving us $1.04 per credit pricing, which in Montana we haven't seen that pricing on anything except our project in Bozeman, which is a bond deal and has 136 units. So that's incredible for this size project.
And if you get the AHP, your ask would be reduced to
about $33,000. It would be the balance of what was not requested last year.
Thank
you. Or what was not allocated last year. We did request it, but wasn't allocated. Heather says, I can't say that you gave me the leftovers, but that's sort of what we got. But they were excellent, delicious. Better than pizza the day after.
Thank you. Any other questions? Great, thanks. Bruce's request is a 5-minute break.
So there's still some food and stuff and some snacks back there. Please help yourself and just stretch your legs for just a minute or two.
Okay, if we can have everybody grab their snacks and their drinks and head towards their seats, and we'll finish up these last two tax credit projects. Thanks, Penny. Okay, we are down to the last two, number 19, Freedom's Path out at Fort Harrison. Good morning, board members and staff. Hello again. Good to see you all again. My name is Adam Gratzer, and I'm here representing Freedom's Path at Fort Harrison. This is a project I believe everyone's familiar with already, but I would like to give a refresher on the project and point out a few changes and talk about what this project would mean for Montana's veterans and why it's needed now. Where's the, oh, here we go. As you all know, in 2011, the former Secretary of the VA announced a goal to eliminate homelessness among veterans by the end of 2015. That announcement, backed by the President, spurred much-needed supportive initiatives and programs from several agencies to help accomplish the goal. One of the initiatives was the VA's BURR initiative, or the acronym is Building Utilization Review and Repurposing Initiative, which was also announced by the VA Secretary. In this initiative, the VA identified 38 sites across the country on VA medical center campuses that were being underutilized and would be suitable for repurposing as housing for homeless and low-income and at-risk veterans. Communities for Veterans has become the VA's biggest partner in this initiative, as we were awarded lease agreements on 8 out of the 38 sites around the country. Our 5-year interim lease, which expires in December next year, will be extended out to 75 years when we close on the financing. It's a great program, leasing to private affordable housing developers to come in and do what they do best, secure the financing to build affordable housing. You see, the VA recognizes it can't accomplish this goal on its own. It's going to take entire communities coming together, allocating resources to accomplish this goal, and I'm confident we can accomplish it here in Helena, especially given all the support this project has received from the federal, state, and local government and local community. With this push to end homelessness, Helena Mayor Jim Smith has joined the effort by pledging to the Mayor's Challenge to End Veterans Homelessness. As of today, a total of 854 leaders across the country have said they're in, including 681 mayors, 9 governors, and 164 county and city officials. Not only does Helena Mayor Jim Smith support Freedom's Path, but also Missoula Mayor John Engen and Great Falls Mayor Michael Winters also support Freedom's Path. Aside from helping the veterans in need, and this project will preserve some of Helena's history by rehabbing 8 historic buildings on the campus, which were built in 1895. If the buildings aren't preserved soon, they could be demolished. So for these reasons, now is the time to fund Freedom's Path. Housing veterans directly on a VA Medical Center campus provides veterans with easy access to all of the specialized care and services the VA provides. The Fort Harrison VA Hospital is the only VA hospital in the state of Montana. Veterans have to drive from all across the state to see VA doctors at Fort Harrison. And after my presentation, you'll hear from a veteran, Mike Tolomeo, who's an Operation Enduring Freedom veteran, who drives 4 or 5 times a month to see the doctors at the VA hospital in Fort Harrison. Here's a picture y'all may be familiar with already. It's just the entrance to the hospital campus there. A few pictures of the buildings on the campus there are very beautiful historic buildings. This is going to be new construction combined with the historic rehab of those 8 historic buildings. There's going to be 3 new construction buildings, and as you can see from that rendering, we're going to try to make them look similar to complement the architecture. The unit mix is 42 units, going to serve single and family. 1 studio, 22 1-bedroom, 13 2-bedrooms, 4 3-bedrooms, and 2 4-bedrooms. With this slide, I just want to illustrate how Fort Harrison is very much like a city in and of itself. It's very self-sufficient. It has its own post office, a pharmacy, hospital, police, fire department, shopping, cafeteria, a credit union, and in close proximity is Lake Meadows Spring State Park, Broadwater Convenience Store, Kessler Elementary School, and also Safeway and Albertsons and Van Thriftway and Helena Food Share have all said they support this project. Safeway and Albertsons are going to provide grocery delivery at no charge to the residents. I just also want to let the board know now the other successes we're having in other communities. 3 years ago when we first came to you, this was all brand new. We're seeing some success here in Vancouver, Washington. We've closed on the credit, started construction. It's 50 units. 40 of the units have project-based HUD-VASH vouchers. It's about 60% complete. In Kerrville, Texas, phase 1 of a 2-phase project, 49 units, about 90% complete, 20 units of project-based HUD-VASH. And I'm very pleased to announce in Chicago, Freedom's Path at Hines is our very first project to open its doors. We just had our ribbon cutting ceremony on August 20th. And I was just blown away myself by the beauty of the building. Here's the community space on the inside. It's just, to me, it looks like market rate, luxury, quality housing to live in. Nice, beautiful community space. Any veteran, I think, would be very proud to call this place home. Nice fitness center. Outdoor gas fireplace. A learning center so they can look for jobs and people can come in and help them with that. So back to Fort Harrison here, in the opportunity. As you saw in the Freedom's Path of Chicago photos, CFE builds high quality community space for residents. Here's a concept we have come up for building 2 on the campus. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Yeah. What was once the fort's infirmary, we're going to take an empty basement, and our vision is to transform this space into providing something of need and utility for the Freedom's Path residents. Resident interactivity. For many veterans, the military experience was a time of cohesiveness, belonging, and meaning. While military service, especially combat-related service, was often stressful and traumatic, the mutual support and camaraderie of fellow service members were significant counterbalances. While housing is the basis for the Freedom's Path initiative, the project is not solely about housing. Locating the housing on the VA Medical Center campus makes it highly efficient and productive for veterans to receive the level of medical and recuperative care they require while also taking the needed steps to successfully make the transition back to civilian life. This is supportive housing, PTSD, traumatic brain injury, service-connected physical disability, educational limitations, job readiness, and readjustment to civilian life and culture are all challenges that veterans face. The blend of VA programs and the ancillary on-site services to be provided beyond the VA scope of services are designed to facilitate the full return of veterans to independent, productive lives on the outside, beyond the defining experiences of military service. As I was saying, there's a lot of local support for this project and participation. I just want to go through a list of supporters for this project real quickly. State Senator Matt Rosendale, State Representatives Zach Perry, Brad Sheeta, Gene Price, Vince Ritchie, Andrea Olson, U.S. Senators Steve Daines and John Tester, U.S. Congressman Ryan Zinke, Eric Amundson, Montana Director of HUD, Lewis and Clark County Commissioners, all 3 of them, Helena Mayors, Jim Smith, Missoula Mayor John Engen, and Great Falls Mayor Michael Winters. The Rocky Mountain Development Council, Volunteers of America, Disability Rights of Montana, Good Samaritan, Career Training Institute, National Alliance on Mental Illness, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Vietnam Veterans of America, God's Love Shelter, the Montana Veterans Foundation, United Way, Joining Community Forces, Treasure State Orthotic and Prosthetics, Albertsons and Safeway, and Vans Thriftway grocery stores. Our goal is to see that every veteran can successfully make the transition to an independent and productive civilian life. This unique supportive housing environment will provide an important transition for those veterans who have struggled for a myriad of reasons to make the transition back into the societal mainstream. The overall goal of the project is to provide a stable housing environment enriched with both VA and non-VA services, affording to the veteran the time and opportunities needed to readjust or expand upon basic skills in order to move back into civilian life. The Fort Harrison VA Medical Center is recognized as one of the finest in the VA hospitals in the nation. However, the lack of affordable housing accessible to highly vulnerable veterans is an obstacle to obtaining all the medical care that the center can provide. We had some videos, but we're not going to have enough time, but these are all veterans who would like to live in this housing, and also a case manager, Tony Snell, who supports the project. So in conclusion, I can visualize this here in Fort Harrison. We can make this happen together. We can have a nice ribbon cutting ceremony. Get everybody there. Together, we can do this. Thank you. Thank you.
Do we have public comment?
Hello, everybody. My name is Michael Tolomeo. How you doing today? Board. You might remember me from back a couple years ago. Zeus and I were here the first time around. Hey, come on, over here. Okay. This project is more than just a building. It's more than just housing. It will be a breathing, living thing. It's more than just communities for veterans. You will have the component of solutions for veterans with it. It will have more than just that. You will have the other community-based organizations supporting it and working with it as one big entity to support the veterans and their families. You've got a scent on something over there. Along with the work that Adam and Craig have been doing over the last couple of years, I mean, that alone, the tenacity that's been going on with this project. Get over here. Come on, pay attention. I mean, the tenacity that they've shown for this project, the dedication, it's more than just a project. It's a heartfelt commitment to their fellow veterans. Some of you may not know, but Adam himself is a veteran, Craig himself is a veteran. It's not just a building, it's not just a project to get done, it's a commitment to their fellow veterans and their families. I used to be the state service officer for the Veterans of Foreign Wars over here at Fort Harrison. My job was to take care of veterans, to get their benefits, compensation, disability. More often than not, people that come into my office were lower income or homeless. Not a whole lot of options there to get people into housing anywhere in the state. A lot of times I had to send to Volunteers of America around Helena area. They try to get them dispersed where they could. Shelters, not a whole lot of options there either. I myself have been homeless before. Recently, I ended up homeless for a while. It was back in July of 14, I had to step down due to medical. In the past year, I've had 5 procedures. On Monday, I just had a lower back operation. On Friday, I had the wires pulled out. 25th, I have to go back in for the second part of the procedure. I'm currently on a HUD batch voucher that I got as basically a miracle in June. If this project is up and running, like I felt it should have been 2 years ago, maybe things could have been a little bit different. But then again, I also didn't see myself having to sit down for my job in July of 14. But with my brain injury, I also kind of jump around when I get up trying to speak too, so you got to forgive me on that. The support that I was able to help rally with this project recently was amazing. And it wasn't through saying, woe is me, look at the poor veterans, look at this. It was showing the brass tacks and the simple facts of being a service officer, knowing the dynamics, knowing the numbers, and seeing it firsthand. And being with the VFW, the amount of community work that I do throughout the state, I travel a lot with the VFW throughout the state and do a lot of work. Stop whining. I do a lot of outreach on my own. And the numbers that you see on statistics don't even touch it. And not just on homeless veterans, but our homeless population and needy population in Montana, period, is a lot higher than what the stats show. And just the brass tacks of it, this project needs to be funded. And I can tell you right now, the due diligence that was done by our Congress and our senators and other people that put their name in support of this project was extremely, extremely stringent. So I implore you to please, this time around, support this project. If I personally have to come back and keep on pushing it and pushing it and pushing it and pushing it, I'll be here again. I easily could have filled this entire room and another one with people to support this project in person today. But didn't really feel it needed to be. This project's been up here before, it's well known, and I feel it carries the merit and the gravity to be supported. Thank you all very much for your time. As well, all the other projects carry high merit and also carry gravity as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any questions from the board? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Last one, Courtyard in Kalispell.
Don't get short timers on me now.
Thank you for waiting.
Hi, I'm Marnie McClary with Community Action Partnership of Northwest Montana. I'm the housing director there. This is Eileen Picars from Rural Community Assistance Corporation and Jennifer Siegel, who is from RCAC as well. Community Action Partnership of Northwest Montana and Rural Community Assistance Corporation are pleased to reintroduce Courtyard Apartments. This is the preservation of 32 affordable units in Kalispell. This is the second time that we are applying for 9% low-income housing tax credits. We first applied in 2012. Since 2012, we spent our time attempting to bundle courtyard apartments with at least 6 other projects that had expiring tax credit compliance periods. After a lot of due diligence and a tremendous amount of work from our entire team, about 5 months ago, we realized that there was no way we were going to be able to have Courtyard be a part of that bundling of 4% tax credits and bonds, because it actually brought the rest of the numbers down and the project did not pencil any longer. And so after much work and looking at many, many different financing sources, the 9% tax credit is the only way that we can get enough equity in this project to take care of all of the rehabilitation that needs to happen. Brief history: Courtyard was built in 1995. It was a partnership between the City of Kalispell and Community Action Partnership. The project consists of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. It was originally a mix of transitional and conventional affordable housing units. There were 16 transitional units. There were several sources of HUD funding used in the development, primarily home. And the last home period of affordability will be expiring in 2016. So we'll no longer have any HUD compliance. As you can see, time and the challenging Montana weather have both taken their toll on this property. The exterior is worn and damaged. We have rusting staircases that have we have had to do a fix, put a Band-Aid on them because of health and safety reasons. We've got damaged siding, windows, doors. Some of the original doors are still on the project. The interiors are in dire need of upgrades as well. No amount of maintenance and regular care is going to take care of the items that our capital needs assessment has shown us need to be completed. Most of the units still have the original fixtures, and as such, Courtyard is functionally obsolete, especially in comparison to the building standards of today. The project team plans to preserve Courtyard as an affordable housing property for all residents in Kalispell. With the end of the home compliance period, the property could convert to market rate, but Kalispell cannot afford to lose these precious units. Additionally, CAP is the first agency in Montana to pursue and to be awarded HUD Section 811 rental assistance from the Montana Department of Commerce. This assistance will provide rental assistance for 8 very low-income adults with families. That's 25% of our units will be assisted by Section 811. The property will be rehabilitated with the most sustainable materials to ensure its physical longevity. There will also be improvements in energy efficiency to lower utility costs to tenants. Courtyard's rehab has been planned and engineered to ensure that all improvements meet the highest standards in the most cost-effective manner. All items identified in the capital needs assessment will be met, as I said before, through year 5 and above if it's possible, including improvements to accessibility for the units assisted by Section 811. Additionally, the property will be brought up to current energy efficient standards with the installation of Energy Star appliances and WaterSense plumbing fixtures. We have spent an inordinate amount of time building a very efficient and effective team. Our architects and our engineers and our general contractor, our relocation specialists, et cetera. And we'll talk a little bit more about the team later. But we spent the last 3 years totally revisiting this project, I would say probably 3 to 4 days a week, team meetings every 2 weeks, bringing our total development cost down, bringing our square footage price down so that we can still accomplish and take care of the needs of rehab, but that we can do it in a cost-effective manner. Eileen?
Eileen Pecars with RCAC. Courtyard Apartments has been there for 20 years, serving the residents of Kalispell. It will continue to under this rehab. It serves a wide range of Kalispell residents. There are currently 17 kids at Courtyard Apartments, along with veterans, seniors, folks with disabilities, single moms, So we've got a cross-section. There's a lot of need in Kalispell. You've heard some of that earlier today. There's 2,500 qualified renter households who would qualify for Courtyard Apartments. Of that, 1,969 or 76% are 1 and 2 person households. So it really does drive the need for the smaller units, 1 and 2 bedroom units that we've got. The vacancy rate among the market units is 2.1%, and among the affordable units, it's lower, as you've heard a lot today, only 1.4%. Our market study noted that preserving the Courtyard Apartments and other affordable housing properties should be a priority in this market area. So can't afford to lose them. The project does enjoy extensive support from the greater Montana community, including the congressman. Current residents are excited and supportive of this rehabilitation effort, and you've got a big pile of support letters in your application packet. As Marnie said, the project plan has been extensively revised since our 2012 application. We did come in with a pretty high cost at that time. We were really shooting for the stars. We have been looking at it hard to bring down the per unit cost, to bring down the per square foot cost, and to get it in the range where hopefully it's going to be more fundable for you. The credits per unit request is among the lowest you've got in this round, so we're hoping that that bodes well for us. And the project is very ready to proceed. Architectural drawings are at 95% complete. The general contractor has already been identified and has been working with us. The temporary relocation plan is in place, and residents have been meeting with the relocation specialist so that everybody knows what's going on. Plans are in place. It is tough to work and do rehab around existing residents, and we've got them in the know so they feel confident about what's going to happen. And we are planning for a construction start in July.
Once again, we're very proud to be a Montana-based project team. CAP has been operating in Kalispell since 1976, and Jacola Architecture and Engineers and HammerQuest General Contractor are both based in Kalispell. They have excellent track records professionally. Our development partner, RCAC, has 3 offices in Montana, and Infinity Property Management manages 9 other properties in Montana, including 3 others, actually 5 of the 6 of the others that we are looking to acquire and rehabilitate with 4% tax credits and bonds. Very much want to thank all of you for your consideration of Courtyard Apartments for a LIHTC 9% LIHTC award, and we will be happy to answer any questions you may have about the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? And how about any questions from board members?
Yes.
Did I hear you correct that the original capital for this project came from home funds?
Part of it.
Part of it. What else? What other funds were included?
We had, if anybody remembers, UDAG funds.
Urban Development Action Grants.
Yep. We had home. We had a land donation from the city. We had SHP, Supportive Housing Funds for the transitional units. And it was 100% home. We also had CDBG funding in the original layered funding.
They also had a loan from the Montana Board of Housing.
We actually had more than one loan from the Montana Board of Housing. That's right. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mary.
Hi. I have no RAM exceptions, and the multifamily update, you have a dashboard in your packets, so I am finished.
Thank you. Bruce.
So I also will be fairly quick. Just an update. A few of us were in Nashville for the NCSHA conference, and I thought it went real well. Sheila and Pat, I don't know if you have any comments at the meeting here, but I think we learned lots at our strategic planning last night. I think some of those ideas actually were put on the table and for things for the board to look at in the upcoming year. I see Mary is probably gone on servicing, so I don't know that we have an update there. Stacy, do you have any updates on the operational side?
Just a couple things. One, the strategic planning efforts. We've spent some considerable time reviewing the 2015 accomplishments of our programs. Some of the items that may be of interest, Chairman Crowley and members of the board, would include the standardization of our programs and procedures, but also the increased utilization of our programs and the increased visibility of our programs throughout the state. One noteworthy event that we were able to work with our partners was an open house in Havre, and we were able to work with Homeward and G&D, and we also had the governor and their photos with me with balloons. That's awesome. There's Bruce. Perfect. It was a successful event. The wind was blowing, but also we had quite a bit of community support, as well as several residents from that project as well participating, and very excited about that program. And we look forward to hosting and collaborating with our partners on future events such as this into 2016 and 17. In addition, just quickly, we have some performance review criteria which we're evaluating with staff. What's really nice, we're 98% fully staffed. If we would have been here 2 weeks ago, I would have said we were 100% staffed, but unfortunately, we have 2 positions left to fill. And along with that, we're creating some new performance metrics, as well as developing career ladders for our staff to ensure that we retain and develop the staff of which support the programs for the Board of Housing. We're also working on a renovation, so please come visit us. Paula has done a fantastic job, and the staff has been very flexible throughout this change. And so as we work through the next few months of this calendar year, it will certainly be a good opportunity for the Board of Housing, and certainly an opportunity for our own open house. Any questions? Thank you.
Penny, did you have any comments at the end?
I'm just going to keep showing the rest of these pictures. I was going to do that just to share that with the board members and the folks here. It was really a wonderful event. We had a great time, and we were really able to showcase a great property and the appreciation for this property and the work that we do with our partners in Havre. The governor was so gracious and really awesome with the kids, and a couple of the tenants spoke and shared what the housing means to them. So I wanted to show that, and I want to use these photos to encourage anyone else who has received or will receive credits to keep us in the loop. And you know, there's several of us that would happily jump in and help make a ceremony, a groundbreaking or a ribbon cutting, quite a public celebration of affordable housing in your community. And I think it would bode us all well, just to change public perception and show the importance and celebrate that housing. So enough said on that. The other 2 things I'd like to mention are that I'd like everyone to save the date for next year's housing conference. The Statewide Housing Partnership Conference will be held in Kalispell next year. We will be working with CAP and any other partners in the area. The planning is underway. It will be held at the Red Lion in Kalispell on May 23rd, 24th, and 25th. And I will be sending out that mass e-blast this Wednesday. I really wanted to do it last week, but I didn't get to it. So we'll get that out and then keep you posted on when registration is up. The other thing I wanted to use this occasion to announce is another save the date. Bruce and I and Stacy in particular from the Housing Division are involved with the Montana Financial Education Coalition, and we're planning our 2016 conference, which will be February 24th at the Red Lion in Helena. And that's a one-day conference. You can find information about that at mtmfec.org and then click on the button for 2016 conference. It is a wonderful conference, and It's a great way to learn of the resources available and the partnerships in place that are helping many of the individuals that we serve with housing. So it's a direct tie-in. And I think that's all I have.
All right. Thank you for everyone who came and presented. I think you all did an awesome job. So our next meeting is January 19th. I would anticipate that meeting will start kind of more like our normal meetings lately at 10 o'clock. It is a Tuesday, so it's the day after Martin Luther King Day. Is that the right Martin Luther King Day? Yeah. So just keep that in mind. We won't have any strategic planning the night before, so we'll just do the 10 o'clock. Let those of you that can get here the night or that morning drive here in the morning. I think that's it. And we're almost on time. I'm 30 seconds over. So
I just want to thank all the developers and presenters for doing your best to keep it in the 10 minutes like I asked. It made it a much better day for everybody involved. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming and for your presentations. We're adjourned.
The organizer has disconnected. The call will now end.